Thank you. Hello, everyone. I would like to call to order the City Council meeting of April 16th, 2024. Happy Earth Month, everyone. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or by the telephone. Councilmember Falcone is joining us remotely. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen. Here. Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. We're going to switch our agenda this evening, and we're going to do the ARCH study session first, and then follow that up with the city's commitment to addressing homelessness through a person-centered approach, Resolution R5631. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members, for joining us down here at our study session. We're still learning on this, so we'll welcome your feedback at the end as to ways we can make this experience even better. We're very lucky tonight to have Lindsay Masters, the Executive Director of ARCH, here to talk about our strategic plan. I was just asking Lindsay, she is coming on her 5th year as the Executive Director, so it's been awesome. I was one of the people who had the privilege of hiring her on the board. But part of that, she actually talked about the need to do a update to our strategic plan. We hadn't done a strategic plan in, I don't even know when. And so over the past year, I was the chair of the subcommittee, the strategic planning subcommittee for ARCH that led to this recommendation. This was passed by the board as a document, and it's being presented to all the member jurisdictions. And so Lindsay hadn't been here for a while to see you all in person, so I wanted to just remind you of her and have an opportunity for you to ask questions at the end. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Lindsay Masters.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Mm-hmm. Okay. It's great to be here in person. I've missed coming recently. And to walk you through our strategic plan, I have some slides to share. I'd love to spend a little time talking about kind of the context in which we were starting the planning process, some of the board's goals for what we were hoping to get out of it, how we really use the process as a way to help better define ARCH's identity and clarify our role in some of the work that we do, and then would love to dive into the specific strategies that we're actually hoping to move forward in the coming years. So with that, I'll just talk about really big picture planning context for ARCH. Is we've spent the last 5 years since I've come really looking at our organizational resources, our staffing levels, right sizing our programs and services to our staff capacity, working on improving our policies and procedures, becoming more efficient, more proactive with monitoring, a lot of kind of internal improvements. At the same time, still trying to scale up our impact and our mission and growing how much affordable housing we're producing. So we did various consultant studies over the last few years. That was very helpful in laying the groundwork for the board to be able to look longer term. And then in 2022, we were really excited to celebrate 30 years as an organization of our founding and take a look back at some of our major accomplishments in that time. And so also kind of setting some framework for what has been the successful efforts, how can we grow some of those. This chart here just kind of shows you the relative affordable unit production under all the ARCH member programs over time, and you can see a lot of progress has been made. We're coming over 9,000 affordable units produced in that time, which are permanent, long-term assets to the community. And that said, there is a continuing growing gap in availability of affordable housing that you all are well aware of. And we are approaching kind of some new set of benchmarks around the number of homes that local jurisdictions are needing to plan for, not just at a broad scale, but also at specific affordability levels to different income groups that are kind of laid out in state legislation. Collectively, as ARCH members, if you tally up how many homes we need at those low to moderate income levels, it's over 80,000 additional homes. So it kind of puts our production in context of how much more growth and need is really out there that we're trying to accommodate. We also kind of have some important context around state legislation and the growing role of the state in setting forth local policy and planning decisions. So that's kind of another key piece of context that was worked into the strategies. Specific goals that the board tried to clarify at the outset of the process and help kind of shape how we were going to develop these strategies. One, as Kurt mentioned, it had been a long time since we did a process like this as a coalition. We really felt there was an opportunity to reaffirm commitments from all the members to participate in ARCH. We wanted to have more consensus on what is ARCH's lane, what are our roles and responsibilities, how do we differ from other entities out there doing similar work. 3, we wanted to make sure we properly resource the strategies and add the capacity where it's needed for us to be more effective. We wanted, obviously, specific actionable things that we're going to be able to move forward and actually have an impact on housing outcomes. And then there was an additional goal around how to expand engagement with city leaders, including elected officials, recognizing ARCH is around, we're around decade after decade. There's lots of changes in leadership over time, and we need to find ways to keep engaging new leaders as they come on board. So the process we set forth after kind of laying out some of those high-level goals, we did bring a consultant on board, Lovell Price and Associates. We were lucky to have someone who had deep ties.
Just 1 second, I see there's a note from Councilmember Falcone saying she lost audio.
Councilmember Falcone, can you hear us?
Looks like she just lost audio.
No worries.
Mine did that today, and they had me test my microphone.
My audio always works. It's auto K, but all.
Yeah, speaking of, I should turn mine off.
Online. Oh, okay. That's not good.
So, how was everybody's day?
Continue or should we just?
Well, I don't want her to miss it. What do we think's happening?
Cleverly hit the IT staff behind the
I know.
Eddie.
Doesn't it put the words on the screen?
Oh, do closed caption? That's an idea.
So we could at least keep going and she can just read.
City manager, what about if she turns on closed caption?
Oh. That could be.
I think Kathy would do that.
So staff's reporting, everyone else can hear. It might just be Councilmember Falcone, and they're suggesting she log on and log off. So
Why don't we try to turn on closed captioning for her and then go ahead.
Kathy, do you have the closed caption? Yeah, you do. Should we let her know?
I think Kurt's texting. Okay, somebody's calling.
Talking to somebody.
All right, Lindsay, let's go ahead.
Keep on going? Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So just reorienting to sort of the process we used. We had a consultant who had a long history of experience actually working in East King County in the affordable housing space, so that was really valuable to us. The board decided to form a planning committee and identified a handful of board members representing kind of a range of smaller and larger jurisdictions. And we also had the chair of our community advisory board join that planning committee, so that was really critical in helping to move the process forward. We started with wanting to really just dig into Arch's identity, so we held a workshop last summer, got some kind of early inputs from different stakeholders to feed into that process, looking at Arch's strengths and weaknesses, where we have some strategic advantages, and how best to leverage those. So I'll talk a little bit more about the outcome of that. We did some stakeholder engagement in the following fall that did build off of some of the previous stakeholder work we had done with other organizational evaluations. And then we held a strategy workshop in the fall, and that's where we really got into the meat of what things do we want to move forward, how do we take advantage of our strengths as a coalition, where are there opportunities, how do we be pragmatic but proactive in the work, and then the planning committee kind of used that to come up with a more refined set of strategies to recommend to the board, and the board took some time to deliberate and discuss before approving the final plan in March. Just a little bit more about the stakeholder engagement. We really asked all the different groups that we work with to tell us their thoughts, not just about Arch's mission and where we can be effective, but also kind of did a survey on 14 specific strategy areas and where they rank and importance and opportunity for Arch to be effective in those spaces. You're not going to be surprised to hear people had very different opinions on all of those topics, even within specific stakeholder types. So even within nonprofit developers, a mix of kind of key priorities. But I've highlighted here sort of those that did emerge with somewhat greater levels of support. First being advocating for more funding for affordable housing. Second, really supporting the preservation and operations to make sure that that housing is successful once it's built. Identifying and helping to remove barriers for housing development at the local level, and then being data-driven, collecting, analyzing data, and sharing that to inform jurisdictions. We took the opportunity to take a close look at our mission, too. Our mission statement has long included an overarching goal to preserve and increase housing for low and moderate income households, but it's also talked about the specific ways we do that, and we had an opportunity to really open that up and look at building onto that and looking at what Arch really does well. We added a couple things here around providing a centralized contact for affordable housing development, adding our role in stewarding affordable housing that it's created through local programs, and also advancing policies that are going to actually help create more affordable housing faster. The other key pieces that really, again, later helped to shape some of the strategies were defining who Arch really is and where we can be most effective. And so you'll see some of this kind of comes in as a filter later of why do we choose certain strategies. One is obviously we're a coalition model, and so the philosophy is we're more effective working together as a coalition, and we can both be more effective in a policy space, but also an investment space rather than single jurisdictions kind of working on their own. We also provide really valuable expertise that can be also kind of difficult for single jurisdictions to capture the entire range of knowledge of affordable housing development, operations, services, and all of that. And then we've got, I think, a track record and a long-term credibility with our members, too, that we can point to and help us be more effective. I won't go through all of these, but the board did a really nice job of helping to think through what are their criteria that they wanted to use to really screen strategies and think about, is this the right one at the right time? And so that was also a helpful exercise. So now I get to dive into the fun part, which is what are the strategies? This first area really is looking at Arch as an organization, how we can improve in our efficiency and our effectiveness. And so there's a number of components here. One is we identified good questions around our governance structure that we decided would be best addressed through a specific study of our governance. There were some, interesting ideas around different roles for elected officials that came up, certainly some desire from some cities to want to explore those. We also identified areas where we're not the most streamlined, and we think we could probably make some improvements on that front. Being a coalition of 16 jurisdictions, it's a lot of sometimes approval steps to go through to actually award funds and enter into contracts and whatnot. And then we have an explicit kind of focus on wanting to increase our engagement with elected officials. So not kind of predicting what that future governance structure might be or that there's going to be a change there, but wanting to just invest more energy into providing education to elected officials. And that's going to tie to the next strategy area as well. And then finally, we did kind of explore whether we would develop a set of values through this process. That didn't turn out to be kind of critical at this stage, but the board did identify we would like to work on developing some value statements in the future around diversity, equity, and inclusion. The second area, again, is kind of responding to that context I mentioned earlier of how much policy direction is coming from the state around housing. We wanted to find opportunities to be more effective as a coalition in some targeted policy efforts around state and regional policy and funding. So the strategies here are for Arch really to figure out how to support you as cities in working together in that space, creating more resources at the policy level and in terms of data, coordinating where you do have really important shared priorities, how to bring your resources together in the legislative advocacy space and amplify those. On the local policy and planning front, we obviously want to continue providing support at this level where we feel like there's significant more opportunity to have an impact, is providing, again, that's really specialized expertise in affordable housing development and financing to take advantage of opportunities to get development going on the ground, whether it's on underutilized public property or faith community property, engaging with community groups who want to partner on affordable housing projects and need some advice about how to do that. So we're excited about kind of being able to invest more capacity in that space. And then finally, we have ongoing work that we want to just, express our continued commitment to carrying out effectively and in a cost-effective way so that, we're not stepping away from that. This continues to be really important for us to be a vehicle that you can rely on and trust to carry out your local programs. So both in the capital funding space, in the incentive programs, and the ongoing preservation and stewardship. So I think that's all I want to say on that front. And that kind of takes us to the implementation. We know that this is an aspirational kind of statement of what we'd like to see going forward, and then some of the real work will be in helping think through what does that look like in terms of Arch's actual budget and work plan, and specific action steps we can put in place. So that's something the board is working on now to develop some concepts and recommendations for 2025. We have some strategies that we can get going with existing staff, but are also probably going to identify places where new staff might be needed to move strategies forward. So that will be, some recommendations will get put in place for next year. And then we have an ongoing commitment to be evaluating this on a regular basis, both with the board, with stakeholders, and hoping it's a dynamic living document that we can change and adapt if there's new opportunities or challenges down the way. So I'd love to have questions or hear feedback, and yeah.
Thank you, Lindsay, and we're thrilled you're here today, and we're also greatly appreciative of the work that Arch does. So thank you for that. Council, any questions, discussion? Anybody want to open this up? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Lindsay, thank you for the work you do and thank you for your partnership with Arch. I view one of the greatest barriers to development as political risk right now. And the political risk that developers see when they look at Washington State and King County. And, I'd like to know more about your legislative advocacy and how that's going to play out, because my concern is that developers are hesitant to come here to Washington State and King County and invest hundreds of millions of dollars up and down our 85th Street corridor because of the potential political risk that's presented by our state legislature, by bills like rent control, by bills that would cost the money, and it's difficult for them to pro forma out 30 years in the future. So I'd like to learn more about your, how legislative advocacy and Arch doing that would, how that would play out in this. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll say this area of the plan received a lot of attention from the board, a lot of thoughtful discussion and deliberation, both, excitement about moving into this space and also concerns and questions about how to do it the right way. One of the, I think, really helpful framing pieces that came into play and helped the board be able to see the opportunity on this front is, and you'll see it in the title, Building Affordable Housing Faster. So really having a focus and a lens that we want our policies to be resulting in more development, more housing creation.
Agreed.
And so using that as a way to focus what we're working on in the policy space. I think the other important piece is we know we are a support to cities. So we talk very explicitly about Arch is not going to hire a lobbyist. We're not going to go out and get ahead of cities and your positions. We're trying to give you the data and the policy expertise to form well-informed, thoughtful positions that you can then take to be effective in your lobbying. So I think to the extent that there was kind of worry about, are we going to veer off into territory that either a city isn't comfortable with that space or isn't aligned with the mission of actually producing more housing, that was really intentional discussion that the board had and felt comfortable where we landed.
Well, thank you. I mean, that was part of my fear, is that everybody has a good intention of wanting to produce more housing and that some actions can actually hinder that.
Mm-hmm.
City Manager.
Yeah, I would just add, as Lindsay said, this was definitely a big discussion at the Arch Board about the strategic plan. I think the point would be there will never be a time where an Arch person is Olympia saying, I am here to tell you this is Arch's position, legislature. The goal is that, and I used the city of Kirkland as the example, that really we're looking at a person who's the subject matter expert in the same way we turn to Adam and say, hey, Adam, the legislature just introduced this bill and it does this for housing. What do you think of it? What should we do with it? Is there amendments that we want to it? We're really seeing this as the same thing for the Arch staff. The Arch staff would then provide expertise to any individual city, and cities will still, like they do today, could decide. Half the cities may say, we're not touching that, we don't want to talk about that, we don't want to go be there, but a city like Kirkland or Redmond might say, we feel like we want to engage that and we want to make a recommendation. So there'd still be that council in between the Arch staff and the legislature. It'd just be about helping jurisdictions with the information. So they're really like our staff, not an independent lobbyist down in Olympia.
Well, and I imagine that helps the smaller cities. I mean, we do have a great deal of subject matter experts, and other Medina doesn't. So, thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Thanks for the presentation, Lindsay. It's really good to see you. I've been a member of the Hope Board of Directors for 8 years, and we are very actively working with our electeds because we have a tripartite board. So 1/3 of our board is made up of elected officials. At the same time, we also have a lobbyist at HopeLink, and I think the way that you're describing it is what we call service matter, what is it?
Subject matter
Subject
experts.
matter
Subject matter experts.
expertise. We really need that. And I think organizations like HopeLink and Friends of Youth need to have that perspective presented as well. By the way, we got to tour Friends of Youth's affordable housing project this morning, and it's very exciting. Thank you.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lindsay. Big challenge ahead with 80,000 units across the jurisdictions, and appreciate the focus on saying how to generate more housing faster. Are there peer groups across the country or across the state or elsewhere that you're getting ideas from? How are we doing, and are there things other places around the country might be doing that we're not doing to meet this kind of need?
That's a really big and good question. And I will say Washington and Puget Sound region, I think, are leading in a lot of interesting ways. I mean, you are seeing other states also sort of pick up housing mandates and zoning mandates at the state level. Variety of opinions on whether those are good or bad steps to take, but they are examples to look at. As far as peer groups to ARCH, similar organizations, there aren't many that have sort of reached our level of maturity. Nationally, there are some other examples in Washington state that have emerged in the last several years that are really interesting case studies of how we're a little bit different and how we can learn from other communities. There was a very similar organization created in Pierce County a few years ago. We have a sister organization in South King County that's now been underway and has started to stand up some programs themselves. So I do maintain regular communication with those groups, and we kind of share opportunities and challenges. Our counterpart in Pierce County is very active in the legislative space. They have a little bit different of a structure governance-wise that enables them to do that, but they've been very effective in bringing their members together around legislative priorities, so that's an example we're kind of looking at.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Lindsay, for being here. It was great to be able to see the strategic plan and understand a little bit more about what ARCH envisions for the future. I just had a couple comments and then a question. First off, I'm pleased with the discussion about legislative advocacy and hearing that ARCH would be really primarily focused on subject matter expertise rather than going down to Olympia or going before other city councils and asking for legislative changes as on behalf of the organization itself. So that was something that I had a question about, and you answered that, so good to hear that. The second one I saw was around streamlining decision-making. There was an item on that, and it said to focus on consent items. And so how I read that was for decisions to be pushed to consent on most council agendas. And I can understand that. But I also recognize that there's some things that are important for discussion. And I think that sometimes that can be beneficial for decisions to be made in a timely basis because we might have questions or we might have things that we want to add. So, I think streamlining decision-making is a good thing to strive for. And how you do that, I'd be careful on how you say how you do that, because I don't know that that's always true. That would just be a comment. And then finally, on the governance structure, could you talk a little bit more about the deliberations of the board in terms of why that came to be, and what are some of the good things and the bad things of the current governance structure in your eyes?
Sure. Do you want to try to take that one? Okay.
I can supplement.
Yeah, I mean, some of it is about the lengthy time it takes to move actions forward. So, the key examples are every year we have a budget and work plan recommendation. Every year we have a set of trust fund recommendations. Both of those have to go to every single city council, and usually at a different time. So it's, 15 trips or less, if there's some on consent, which sometimes there are, to talk about the same item. And so we're sort of interested in possibilities of, is there a different way we can share that information with you and have questions answered that's more efficient than attending lots of different council meetings? Particularly when we've got a 30-year track record of they're approved every time, and I don't think we've ever had it come back to not be approved. So again, going back to that credibility of we give really thoughtful recommendations on projects to fund. But those are things we didn't want to commit to what that is. We wanted to explore it in a study and make sure that it's done correctly, that we're not just taking away engagement with you, we're replacing it with something that's just as effective but possibly more efficient. I think, and then on the bigger sort of governance piece, we don't have sort of representatives from councils on our board, and we get a lot of questions about why is that? Why other kind of regional bodies have that structure? Why doesn't Arch do that? And there's some history and reasoning behind it that we sort of talked through, but continues to be a question. And I think an appetite for certainly some elected officials to be more involved with Arch, have a more active role than just sort of like passively receiving information from us when we come to present. And so those were things we wanted to explore, but not rush to make radical changes when we do think there's some things that have worked well too. Please add on.
Oh, that was very well said. One example would be like, do you want to convert to a biennial budget for Arch? As just one example, and that would actually take a change to the interlocal agreement that would have to go back through all the councils. So the issue of elected officials, what we had was a giant, throw up all your ideas on a piece of paper and put sticky notes. And many board members said, hey, my councils are interested in knowing, is there a governance structure that has elected officials? So we didn't do a lot of debate. What we recognized was every one of those things was worthy of exploration, but each one of them was really complicated and could get political and might be years in the making. And so as the strategic planning committee, we said, we really want to focus on building more affordable housing faster, so let's front load proactive things we can do today within the existing ILA, and let's have a really detailed objective study of the things that might take more time that include things like governance. So I don't have a proposal, but it was definitely highlighted as an issue.
I think it's helpful background because the governance structure is a really key issue that if we're opening it up for exploration and discussion for other ways in which to structure the organization, really would want to try to understand kind of what the objective is, right? What are we trying to solve? Given the importance of affordable housing across the region and the potential for Arch to take on more advocacy, elected leader participation could be important in that aspect, but I know it's fraught with complications. The other thing would be just, we do have those other regional organizations that arguably have worked well too with elected leaders and maybe have perhaps helped with some of the decision-making, more timely decision-making on approval of budgets and things like that. Is that another, opportunity? And then finally, I think most of the board members or majority are city managers, and that can be fraught with some awkwardness at times when the city manager might represent a position that isn't shared with all of his or her council members, and representing a position of a different organization, not the city that they were hired to represent. So so there are some things that I think do deserve some additional discussion and investigation, because certainly like to avoid those situations in the future. Thank you.
On that point, I would just, one of the things that makes Arch kind of unique that I'd say is the reason we said all this needs to be kind of an objective and multi-year process is we keep saying Arch is the coalition of the willing, which is no city has to do anything that Arch requests, right? Each city can choose not to be an Arch. Each city can choose not to pass Arch's budget. Each city can choose not to accept the recommendations of the Community Advisory Board and the Arch Trust Fund recommendation. So I think that issue of jurisdictions will have multiple hats will be true regardless of whether it's a city manager or a council member, just like you have those issues on the regional committees. It's a very real issue that needs to be figured out in some way, but if it was the mayor of every city, they still have that challenge of you're advocating for housing and you're a member of a jurisdiction. So that's part of the reason we wanted to study it, is to say, like, how does one do this right? Because you look at other entities like the regional housing, KCRHA, or you look at, there's no one's quite figured out how to find that right balance of elected officials and staff.
I think the only thing I'd add to that to just kind of keep in mind is that elected leaders are elected by the population, the voters. Yeah. City managers are hired by the council members. So that's a big distinguishing factor that needs to be recognized.
Anyone else? Councilmember Black, Councilmember Falcone? Okay, thank you. Further discussion? I can see on the horizon. And where are you in the process? I mean, it's going to be a multi-year process. I'm looking at him, and I should be looking at you. Apologies. So when do you think you'll be back to visit us and talk about where you are?
Good question. Well, before I leave, I wanted to plug our Housing 101 event for members, including elected officials, staff, and planning commissioners. As we mentioned in the strategies, we are trying to increase our engagement with you and find new ways to bring you good information about the work we're doing. That's the first one on May 1st, so would love to see some Kirkland representation there. We are also working with the board to develop that budget and work plan recommendation. That's usually done by about mid-year, so we would have kind of a memo transmitting those recommendations sometime in the summer, and would welcome the chance to come and talk about them if there's interest in hearing a presentation about that at that time. And then as far as future engagement, we're still brainstorming ideas. We want to hear from you about what's useful, what are the topics you want to engage with more deeply around affordable housing, where you see opportunities to engage with your coalition partners and how we can help with that.
Wonderful. Councilmember Tim Chisen.
Well, I look forward to working with you on this in the future. Your message of building more affordable housing faster is inspiring. I appreciate that. Kirkland, I think, is in a different position than a lot of municipalities in that the 85th Street Station Area Plan and the station area, I think, we'd really like to see that developed in the 2020s and within this decade, and I'd love to continue the conversation. So thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you, Lindsay. We appreciate your time.
You as well. Thank you.
Let's switch it up.
All right, we are now moving to our second part of our study session. Multiple scripts here, trying to catch up.
Right.
So we are now going to talk about Resolution 5631, declaring the city's commitment to addressing homelessness through a people-centered approach. And before we begin this conversation, I just want to acknowledge that discussing homelessness is a complicated topic. And we've seen how this issue has divided city councils. So I just want to remind everyone, this is a study session. It's just a casual conversation about possibilities. A good chance to raise questions and talk about our values and work collaboratively together. So thank you, everyone. City Manager.
Well, thank you. I definitely appreciate that introduction. So we're actually very happy to come to you today to talk about this resolution. This is the first of, we hope, several discussions, which we'll talk about in the presentation. I did get some questions, both from council members and others, as to where did this resolution come from? And so I wanted to make it clear, this is a city manager proposed resolution for discussion of the council, and it follows on actions you've already asked of us, policies you've already directed, or staff you've already authorized, like our homeless outreach coordinator. As we began to take advantage of these tools and actions on the continuum of care resources you've already given us, we started to smack into some really difficult policy choices, like should we set aside a place where we might have a tiny home village? Should we make decisions about parks that could house homeless people? What is our appetite for enforcement in certain situations? All of these things are things that we felt like we really needed to bring back to the council to say we need to talk about this as a council and a community. What also became clear is that the scope of the problem, not just in Kirkland, but in the region and the state, is growing. So the level of resource needed to meet it is also going to grow. So what is a role for the city in additional resources? What is the role for the county? What is the role for the state? So those two things really are the council's purview, is policy and budget, right? And so what I wanted to do with this is sort of bring all this to you and say, there's a lot to think about and talk about, and some stuff that maybe needed to be funded in the budget in October. So let's begin this now. So that's the context of this, and you're going to hear a lot more about it through the presentation, but we have some time for questions at the end. So with that as kind of an overview, I'm delighted to turn it over to Carly Jerger, our Senior Management Analyst, with my thanks for her for getting us to this point and coordinating us and helping draft the memo and the presentation. And we have some special guests, and Darcy Eilers, our Senior Assistant City Attorney, and Jen Boone, our Human Services Manager as well. So, Carly.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. Hello, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. It's an honor to be here with you tonight and to start a policy conversation about how you would all like the city to continue assisting and responding to folks that are living unhoused in Kirkland. So we're not seeking any specific action from the council tonight. This is just the start of a discussion and getting your policy direction and input on 4 main elements that are in the draft resolution 5631. So the first is your input on the city's philosophy and values that would guide any more of our work in this space. The second is your input on the staff recommendation that we create a homelessness continuum of care action plan that would help us track, report, and communicate to the community about the work we are doing around homelessness. So this is a plan that we would propose developing over the rest of this year with specific tasks that would meet a set of policy goal areas that are also in your resolution. The third is, do we have the list of stakeholders right to engage in the development of this plan? And then last, does the council agree that we should continue on a set of tasks in parallel with developing the plan for the rest of this year? So we have a lot of discussion ahead of us, but I have about 20 slides of presentation before then, so I'll just touch briefly on the background of the city manager's coordinated response to homelessness initiative. I'll pass it over to Jen to, is going to give us more of a snapshot of what homelessness is like in Kirkland today. We'll talk through some of the key themes in the resolution, and Darcy's going to share a bit more context about some of the really influential case law around homelessness. And then, Mayor, we can go through section by section and discuss and answer questions.
Thank you.
All right, so by way of background, what I have up here on the slide is hopefully something a graphic you're familiar with already, which is the housing and homelessness continuum of care. And this continuum of care represents the spectrum of investments that the council has made in housing and homelessness over many, many years. But last year, the city manager created the Coordinated Response to Homelessness Initiative, which focuses deeply in this second bubble here on outreach and response. And the primary objective with this initiative was to coordinate among all of the city departments and streamline our response to reports of folks living unhoused in Kirkland. And we've made a lot of great progress over the last 12 months on this work. So on the screen here, I have buckets of kind of the key accomplishments that we have made progress on over the last year, and there's much more detail on each of these in your memo. But one thing I want to really underscore was the guiding principle throughout all of this work for the coordinated response team, which is that Kirkland leads with a person-centered approach. We lead with compassion every time we work with someone that is living unhoused. And so these photos here are actually taken by the city manager on what was a really influential and impactful site visit to the City of Vancouver's tiny home safe stay communities last fall. And they just remind us that the center of all of this is a human. All of the administrative and policy decisions we make influence a community member. So this is something we have to put first and foremost in all of our work so far. And it's been very, very successful. And there's going to come a time where maybe it is not successful anymore. And that's really the central policy question we have for the council in this resolution is, what would you like us to do next? And that's a very, very big question. And so there's four key reasons that staff are trying to be very proactive in starting this policy discussion with the council and the community. And the first is to position ourselves so that we can respond quickly if there's a change in the homelessness population in Kirkland. So this photo up here on the left is of an encampment that was in front of the Burien City Hall. I'm sure folks are very familiar with the news stories coming out of Burien, as well as Tukwila, a couple other cities in our region. So we're trying to be proactive to prevent that in Kirkland. The next, as the city manager mentioned, is to align the policy direction from the council with the development of the budget this year. And then we also have the Health Through Housing Permanent Supportive Housing project that's opening in 2025, which is an immense opportunity to house folks who've been experiencing chronic homelessness on the east side, and so that our community sees and feels that this kind of investment is a positive investment in our community. And finally, at least for the West Coast region, we have some potentially changing legal landscape, as actually next week the Supreme Court is hearing some oral arguments on one of the case laws that has been very influential in how cities can and cannot respond to folks living unhoused on public property. With that, I will pass it over to Jen to share a little bit more insight from 1 year of the Homeless Outreach Coordinator working on the ground in Kirkland.
Thanks, Carly. So like Carly mentioned, we have celebrated the first annual kind of celebration of the Homeless Outreach Coordinator being on staff in a city role. So as some of you might remember, we tried to contract with that position before we brought it in-house because we were not able to keep someone in that position. So bringing that position in-house has really allowed us to start to dive a little deeper into understanding what homelessness looks like here in the city of Kirkland. One of the areas that she has identified in her work and establishing contacts with folks who are unhoused are gaps in the system that kind of play into that continuum of care that was on the previous slide. So through interactions and identifying different barriers or challenges that folks have faced, she has identified several key gaps that staff were able to take a look at and consider what, with existing city resources or investments or partnerships that the city currently holds, how could we explore some of these to see if we could address some of these barriers, recognizing that they could present challenges in helping someone transition into housing. So with the list that was brought forward based on interactions with folks who are unhoused, we were able to take a look at that list and identify what we could scale quickly in response to some of these immediate needs that we saw. So some of those needs were things like access to mobile wound care for folks who are unhoused, maybe don't want to go to the hospital, temporary or transitional housing opportunities, in particular for couples or households that might have pets, We also saw a need for showers, mail services, and hotel set-asides, just to name a few. They're outlined more extensively in the memo, but what we were able to do is take some of the ones that we felt like we could do pilots in 2024 to learn a little bit more ahead of the budget process later this year. So what we've been able to do is stand up 4 of the service levels as pilots this year, and have started to collect data on the progress of how they're impacting folks who are unhoused, and how they're addressing barriers to getting into housing. So the first was wound care, which through additional research, we actually found that through partnership with the fire department, specifically the mobile integrated health team, we're able to provide this service to folks who are unhoused, and there was no need to explore for additional partnership or service. For mail services, this is in the final phases of being approved, and it allows the homeless outreach coordinator to accept mail for folks who don't have a permanent address. It allows them to receive documentation or potentially benefits that would allow them to become more housing ready and be able to apply. We also were able to expand our severe weather hotel voucher program and align our activation levels with KCRHA. They've really stepped into the severe weather response and supported our subregion, and so we were able to align our activation levels. So when we increase capacity at our shelters, we're also able to activate those vouchers so they're working together to support our first responders and our homeless outreach coordinator. And then finally, we were able to build on the successful partnership we have with the hotel, who allows us to do the severe weather vouchers, and expand to offer hotel set-asides. So that program is really intended to give access to a place of stability for our homeless outreach coordinator. If shelter is full, or maybe shelter isn't viable. When we say viable, it's things like we don't have shelter that couples can access together. A lot of the times, if you have a pet, which is part of your family, they won't allow those at shelter if they don't have documentation saying it's emotional support. So we talk about viable, those are some of the challenges or barriers that we have seen and learned through the homeless outreach coordinator position. So now that program is in place, which allows the homeless outreach coordinator to place someone temporarily while they're working on applying for housing and then successfully move in once they get approved. It allows her to focus on collecting the documentation, working with the landlord, instead of trying to navigate, recognizing that a lot of people are fairly mobile when they don't have somewhere to go. So with those, we hope to take those learnings and bring those back to you at a later date, while also still exploring additional service levels, which are outlined in your memo. So the other kind of element that we've learned in having a city homeless outreach coordinator position is it's allowed us to begin collecting city-specific data around what homelessness looks like here in Kirkland. This is a really complex question that I will try to be really succinct on. But some of the factors that go into the complexity of that question are, when we're talking about the homeless population, it's an incredibly mobile group of folks. So when we look at the east side, if you're looking to access shelter, a shower, and maybe food resources, you might have to access those in 3 separate cities, given where we have brick and mortar resources available. So when we think about how we're collecting data as individual cities versus a region, we start to see where we might see some different numbers, which gives us pause around, why does this number feel larger than the number we're seeing at the individual city level? Here's what the subregion number says. So we have to kind of think about how, especially on the east side, folks are often moving around to access services. We also know that best practice for a lot of our homeless programs and services is striking that balance of collecting good data to help inform policy decisions and investments, while at the same time being mindful of how much data they're asking for. Often our shelters are reporting that exit interviews are not conducted because of the nature of the population. It's not a requirement to access a day center to complete information when they're trying to provide basic need essentials. So that's a constant tension that we have in supporting our providers, collecting data that can help inform decisions, while also making sure that programs are accessible, recognizing the unique challenges of supporting folks who are unhoused. So in here, we have several data sets that actually help answer the question, how many people are unhoused in Kirkland? So it actually makes for a lot of data. It's just figuring out how to make sense of the different data in these different systems. So I'm going to quickly go through these and then kind of pull out how do we make meaning of these different data sets. So the first is the point in time, which is a snapshot annual collection of data. It's something that KCRHA owns and is required to do by HUD in order to qualify for federal funding that benefits all of our homeless shelters here on the east side. That's a snapshot, and what it allows for us to understand is what sub-regionally we're looking at when it comes to homelessness here on the east side. It doesn't give us Kirkland-specific data at this point in time. No pun intended. The next system is the Homeless Management Information System, also known as HMIS. KCRHA also owns this, is another requirement by HUD, and tracks all kind of entry and exits into homeless programs and services countywide. So you can see where someone has accessed maybe a shelter in Seattle and then a day center here on the east side. What it doesn't show is what are the unique needs of that individual, what goals are they working on, which kind of puts attention on the system, having them to share that multiple times with different staff as they move in and out of programs. The third one is our human services grant reporting. So we receive quarterly and annual reporting from our shelter providers, which allows us to understand bed night information as well as drop-in visits, case management services, as well as exits to permanent housing, as well as shelter utilization data. And then we have Apricot, which is a new, exciting addition. It's a case management system that several of our shelter providers use, and the City of Redmond and City of Kirkland outreach staff have started using, and it allows us to collect that city-specific data, so tracking specific contacts that the homeless outreach coordinator has made over time, what referrals she's making to different organizations, what their demographic information is, what their barriers to housing are, and it also allows her to put in goals as well as individual service plans attached to each person. Allows us to really embody that person-centered approach, recognizing that if there's transition, we have that information captured in a system that is specific to Kirkland. And other cities are able to access that, recognizing the unique nature of folks having to move around to different cities. So our Redmond Homeless Outreach Coordinator has access to the same information. That way, it allows to ensure duplication, to avoid duplication of services, making sure that we're providing a streamlined approach. And then finally, we also have our HEART team members. So we have our police, fire, and racer. They all have their own systems that are also most likely tracking and collecting data on the same folks that also fall into all these data sets. So with that, what do we do with all that information? So what we're able to do is pull out trends that these data sets help us understand. So from the point in time, what we know, to Kurt's earlier point, the number of unsheltered folks each year is increasing. So we see that time over time. We have not seen a decrease in several years. We also know that our shelters are frequently at capacity and chronically understaffed as a result of staff turnover, which impacts service delivery for folks that are enrolled there. We also are starting to see the homeless population trending older with more frequent and longer episodes of homelessness. And because of that, they're presenting with more chronic, more complex needs. So things like behavioral health, mental health, and substance use disorder. And then finally, the inflow exceeds the outflow into the system. So a lot of our programs and services do an incredible job at meeting folks where they're at and helping them transition into housing. But for every one person that we remove from that system, 2 more are falling in King County. And so again, when we go back and look at that continuum of care, that prevention bubble is also really important too in thinking about investments in programs and services. So, and kind of diving a little deeper into the question of how many people are unhoused in Kirkland, we are still in the implementation phase of our Apricot case management software. So we are just now beginning to be able to pull accurate, reliable data. Our homeless outreach coordinator has spent a lot of time uploading all of her information into that system now that it's up and running. So We're excited to come back with more detailed information that talks about demographics and household composition, but wanted to touch on within the first 8 months of her being on board, the amount of contacts and households that she interacted with. So she was able to establish contact with 124 households. Just over half at the end of the year had either reached a housing stability goal or were actively working with her on one. And then within that subset, 9 households moved into permanent housing, which is excellent. So data is excellent, it's really important, and there's also an element that we don't see in data, which are the stories from the field. And those really, I think, resonate into a lot of the themes that are part of the resolution that are up for discussion this evening. So before I pass it over to Darcy, I do have 2 stories I'd like to share. The first has a little bit of a happier, lighter ending. We have a single mother who struggled with housing instability, was in and out of shelter. She had a school-aged child and also needed open heart surgery. And her doctors were underscoring the importance of stability in order to have the surgery so she could recover. She received a Section 8 voucher, which is a gold ticket if you are in a low-income bracket, especially and you want to stay in Kirkland. And she actually self-referred to the homeless outreach coordinator and reached out because she couldn't find housing. Folks weren't accepting her voucher. And so the homeless outreach coordinator was able to work with her. She placed her in a hotel in order to help with the stability and was able to successfully get her into a Kirkland unit in September. And she successfully had the open heart surgery in November, and she called Melly and let her know that things were going really well. Her child was going to school, she was in recovery from her surgery, and was grateful for the steps she needed to kind of find that long-term stability. So the second story, I think, really speaks to some of the complexities and the policy questions that we're here to discuss this evening. So in the homeless outreach coordinator's first week, she encountered a man who's been unhoused and homeless for about 10 years. So he is considered chronically homeless. He has a mental health disorder, and the length of time kind of puts him into that definition where he would qualify for a place like Health Through Housing. And she connected with him because he was sleeping on the patio of PKCC, and so staff referred to her, and she was able to connect with him. And he was pretty hesitant in working with her. He hadn't had good experiences with other outreach staff and was pretty hesitant to connect with her. And it took her about 6 months before he finally opened up to her. She's quite persistent and very creative. And over the course of the 6 months, they built a relationship, and she learned that he had experienced a pretty traumatic incident at a shelter in Seattle. He'd been assaulted by another unhoused male while he was in a shelter, and it really had a hold on him, and feeling like he could safely access another shelter and that he felt safer to be outside. And so over time, she was able to do an assessment that allows him to qualify for what we call homeless set-aside units, which is part of coordinated entry, which is part of KCRHA and HMIS. And she spent months nominating him for units because that's how the process works. You nominate over and over again until that person is selected based on where the unit is. And he was selected for a unit in Kirkland. He was so excited, and he said he was ready to move into housing. And they met at the project. She was ready to help him sign the papers. And he learned during the signing process that there were other units there for men who were also exiting homelessness. And he felt like with that information, that housing situation was no longer safe based on the trauma that he had experienced at the shelter with other men. And so he was in tears and said, I can't take this unit from someone else because I don't think I'll stay. And so he still checks in with Melly every single week, and he's still interested in housing. But that situation was not a good fit for him when we think about long-term stability and the importance of that. And so I share that story as a way of kind of opening up the dialogue for the challenging policy conversations around some of the themes that are outlined in the resolution around the importance of having that person-centered approach, coming at it with compassion, understanding why someone might not want to go to shelter or why a housing option might not be a suitable fit, while also thinking about safety for the individual, safety for the community, because he's still sleeping outside in the downtown area as we speak. And so also holding choice with accountability and how that kind of plays into the dialogue that you'll start to have this evening. So with that, I will pass it over to Darcy.
Thanks, Jen. Actually, I'll just do a quick another slide. Really well said. And those stories do underscore some of the key themes that staff have put throughout the resolution. A person-centered approach. What do we do when that doesn't work? Right now, these themes reflect the city manager's direction for staff. So we prioritize safety for all involved. That's the unhoused person, the responding staff, housed neighbors, businesses, even the environment. Creating choice with accountability. We're recommending exploring some policies and new programs that would offer more choices for unhoused folks, and some of that choice comes with accountability, and we've seen that be a success in other programs like Vancouver's tiny home community, where there are some structure and accountability of you need to be part of this community, and what does that mean? Transitional housing or temporary housing programs is one of the interventions we're asking the council to weigh in on. Is there appetite for citing something like that in Kirkland to add capacity to the housing system? And then lastly is exploring safe and lawful camping in Kirkland. And what that means is if shelter's full, if there's no other capacity, where do we have some people go? So I'm going to ask Darcy now to explain a little bit more about why we're recommending exploration of this last piece.
And we had a sort of brief mention in the memo, but we wanted to expand on that to give you sort of some tools as you talk about and think about some of the options and possibilities. And this is a very text-heavy slide, sort of a simplification of very long cases that were both amended. So the first one, which is a familiar name for many, Martin v. the City of Boise, was a case that was originally decided in 2018 and revised in 2019 in the Ninth Circuit, which oversees Washington and a number of other Western states, held that the Eighth Amendment, the cruel and unusual punishments portion of the Eighth Amendment, prevented cities from enforcing criminal restrictions on public camping and public sleeping unless the individual has access, this is a quote, access to adequate temporary shelter. And there's a number of sort of layers in the Martin decision. The individuals, this sort of prohibition applies when individuals are involuntarily homeless, meaning they either cannot afford or there isn't shelter available, free shelter available. And the idea of this sort of what lots of the summaries sort of say is punishing this involuntary act or condition. The act of sleeping in public is essentially punishing the status of being homeless, the status of not being able to afford or have space available for them to sleep inside. And so Martin v. Boise had a sort of sweeping prohibition on sleeping in public places, and they enforced that with criminal citations. Several years later, the Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court, declined to review Martin v. the City of Boise, and several years later, there was another case, Johnson v. City of Grants Pass, which was decided by the Ninth Circuit several years later, but I should actually clarify, it was filed weeks after Martin v. Boise. So no cities had really taken any action to address Martin v. Boise before Johnson v. the City of Grants Pass was filed, and a number of similar cases throughout the Ninth Circuit. And so in the City of Grants Pass, the second version of that was issued in 2023. The Ninth Circuit extended Martin and applied it to civil infractions, essentially finding that because ultimately, if civil infractions were given and eventually an order was given to not be in public spaces, that could result in a criminal citation. And so the extension of Martin was because of ultimately a potential for criminal, which is which is sort of an extension of the Eighth Amendment that isn't followed by a lot of U.S. Supreme Court cases, but there is one that they relied on. And holding that cities cannot, and that the further extension of Martin was not that you couldn't just prohibit involuntarily homeless individuals from sleeping, but that you also couldn't prohibit them from sleeping with bedding, that they basically had to have the tools to be able to stay warm outside. And Grants Pass essentially said, sure, you can sleep outside, but you can't do it with any bedding. And Grants Pass is in the south, in southern Oregon, and gets pretty cold. So the other piece of that was that you couldn't prohibit them from sleeping in their cars at night. So Grants Pass had a number of ordinances that sort of overlapped one another. And that's a very simplification of a complicated issue. As Carly mentioned, Grants Pass is actually going to be heard by the Supreme Court on Monday next week. Cities throughout the Ninth Circuit and throughout the country are waiting to hear what the Supreme Court has to say about that. They expect that'll be decided this term. And there's been many amicus briefs filed in various iterations of that. So the reason we are talking about these specific cases here is that we recognize that rights of ways and many other public properties aren't intended for camping in the city of Kirkland and in cities throughout the state. And having people camp in those places can present risks to them, not having sanitary places to stay, and also interferes with safe movement or can interfere with safe movement and other intended uses of public property. And so one sort of outcropping of or result of Martin and Johnson is that cities are sort of exploring opportunities for providing specific places, sort of geographically bounded areas where people can sleep outside without risking criminal prosecution or civil infractions. And so we are recommending that as an option to explore here so that there are alternative places for people to go when shelter's unavailable or isn't suitable based on individualized needs. And part of that, the part of considering that, so my caveat on that is the Ninth Circuit hasn't expressly said that that's the solution that's okay. But we expect, based on the way that it was written, that it will be. And there's been several sort of federal district courts that have found that is an appropriate and constitutional solution to having an alternative place to go that then allows enforcement of making sure that people aren't staying in those places that are not appropriate for sleeping. Sorry if I took too much time, Carly.
Yeah, let's take a pause and take questions. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Sorry. So somebody has to have access to adequate temporary shelter. But if we say you have to sleep at that park, is that park an adequate temporary shelter?
That is, as I said, the Ninth Circuit has not said that that's the language from Martin. They were not presented with the case of an alternative outdoor area. Okay. And so courts don't speak on issues that weren't presented to them. And in this case, there was nowhere in the city of Boise or in the city of Grants Pass that you would be allowed to sleep. And so that wasn't an issue presented. And several district courts have found, not in Washington State, but a number of other Ninth Circuit district courts have determined that alternative areas outside is consistent with Martin and Johnson.
So you can redirect somebody to another outdoor area. Could Kirkland?
We think it's worth exploring. We think you probably can, but
okay,
that's one of the things we want to check in with council on.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. Are you done with your?
I'm done. You only have to listen to a little bit of law today.
Oh,
I get to pass it back to Carly.
So are we moving on to what's next?
Yes. The resolution.
So I want to check with council if anybody has questions on anything that we've heard so far. Okay, I have one. Apricot. And then when we read the memo on the mental health, the MIH and the fire department, they are getting a different software program to track their contacts. So my question, and I'm sure everyone's struggling with it, like, how do all these databases fit together? When Melly puts information in the database and somebody else has a contact with this individual, do they have access to their needs? For example, the story you just told about the gentleman, perhaps we know that another male should not be contacting him for outreach. So how are we sharing that information and making sure that we're keeping people safe and meeting their needs with competing databases?
It's a great question. So we did explore if MIH as well as Homeless Outreach could have a similar system. Given some of the HIPAA requirements that fall under MIH's purview, there are stipulations that we don't believe we can find workarounds. We looked to other cities to see what other cities were doing as well, and they've run into similar challenges around different requirements based on if you are a health practitioner, if you're mental health, if you're providing homeless outreach. So we are still exploring how we can use Apricot as a tool to provide that information to the whole HEART team, because we have the same challenge with police as well. They have a lot of information. We explored Melly having a certain level of access there as well, and we've run into a lot of roadblocks. It's a larger issue that I would love to see addressed. KCRHA has also tried to tackle it, and they feel like they're years out in being able to have some of these systems talk to one another.
Okay, that's frustrating, disappointing. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. I'd like to see the person-centered approach also include all of our stakeholders in Kirkland. That includes business owners, that includes people that use parks for recreation, that includes people who live in close proximity to some of these sites, and that includes the residents of Kirkland getting open government that's transparent, and it includes an open and it includes a process that doesn't happen outside of the view of our residents.
So I think,
And that has been a problem. And I'd like to ensure that we have, I appreciate you bringing this discussion, and I'd like to ensure that we have a transparent approach to this issue.
and I don't think
you.
we're done, and I believe what you're talking about is the community engagement piece that we will be discussing later, but Councilmember Sweet?
No, I'll wait.
Okay. City Manager, did you have something to add?
No, I was just going to say the same thing, that some of those elements are included. And the intent of this is when we talk about safety for all, we talk about could we designate an alternative site? We're trying to build all that in, Councilmember Tim Chisholm, about how do you acknowledge that there's places like sidewalks or in front of businesses where you want to have the ability to say, you shouldn't be here, but we do have a place for you to go. Those are tough choices too, because when you decide where that place to go is, the people around that place are not going to be happy with it either. So the whole point of the resolution is to make it transparent for the community. And so I definitely appreciate your comments there.
Well, thank you. And we've received, emails from business owners with concerns recently, and I can share those emails with you. You may have received them already. But I want to make sure that we have a lot of stakeholders on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall we move on?
All right, I think we can go through each section and pause for questions at the end. So the first section of the resolution states the city manager is hereby authorized and directed to create a homelessness continuum of care action plan to be presented for council consideration and adoption in 2024. So my question for the council is, do you agree with this staff recommendation and the timeline of reviewing this later this year?
Council.
Hello this time. Absolutely. I mean, I really feel like, and it's probably too early to make the statement, but as I read the memo, I followed through every one of the initiatives and every one of the resolutions that I've been a part of passing to make people feel safer, to make the decisions around getting to this point. So I wholeheartedly agree with the recommendations for the full resolution.
Anyone else? I also support this. I look at this as we create this action plan, that this is like any emergency management plan, that we need to be prepared for whatever crisis befalls us. And this is what Kirkland does well, is we plan ahead. And we do our tabletop exercises, and we know what our backup systems are and so forth. So I think this is really smart that we're being proactive rather than reactionary, because we have seen other, the Burien, the Tukwila, the refugee crisis in Tukwila, we are just one step away from having to make some really hard decisions, and I want to be prepared for that. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't disagree with anything that's been said. I just offer a comment not on the substance, but on the process to date, just to kind of point this out. I'd say that, you know, I'm almost going on 8 years on council, and I don't remember a situation where I've seen a draft resolution come to a study session that I've really had no prior knowledge about. Typically, we start with talking about a problem and talking about what that problem is and what we should be doing about it, and having numbers to understand the extent of that problem, and then directing the city manager to prepare a draft resolution for consideration. This feels a little out of kind of the normal process of a resolution, because when a resolution is drafted, it feels that we basically already have the formula of what we want to do. And I understand that's what we're talking about, but just the formality of a resolution, just it's a little. For an issue of this importance, I just wish that we would have approached this a little bit differently from the outset. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chizen.
I agree with that statement. I'm not going on 8 years on the city council. I've been here for a couple weeks, but I haven't had an opportunity to give my thoughts prior to the resolution being drafted. And I mean, I can talk about my edits, but it seems, and I have, you know, edits on, and I can go line by line, but I think that might bore everyone. And yeah, I think we should take a step back, maybe, and have thoughts before drafting.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as we're looking at this, and I think we'll get to this as we look at the future sections, that we talk about some of the outreach and stakeholders and things that we'd like to see. And part of what has happened historically and how we have done this is that for an issue like this that is very complex, we learn along the way, and the community learns along the way. This was an area where just the information in the packet and from these presentations, I am learning a lot and still have a lot to ponder. And I think as we get to other items, especially section 3, we'll get to the point of saying, what are our expectations as a council for the kind of community involvement, education, and outreach to bring everybody together on this? For example, you know, what I'm hearing from the assistant city attorney here is that today we can't require somebody to not be in a particular area unless we have someplace else for them to go. And especially if there's not shelter capacity, what do we do in that case? And so the whole idea of designating parkland, first reaction is, wow, that's a big step, that's kind of scary. But to pair it with, this is how we move people from other areas of concern, then I say, okay, I get what we're doing. But that's something that I learned in reading over the last few days. I think this is the beginning of the discussion and the beginning of this within the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think since the question of process has been brought up, I think I'll have some comments there, and then I also want to make some comments sort of overarching principles that I kind of see our action plan seeking to achieve. As far as process goes, it did strike me as an unusual process, but at the same time, it was very clear that we're very early in the process. So yes, there was a draft resolution, but that in and of itself did not offend me in any way. Because even the resolution itself is describing a future process. So at most, what the draft resolution is, as presented to us and the community, is what kind of future direction do we want staff addressing this continuum of care, what direction we want them to go in. So for my part, I didn't have any concerns about the process, just because of it was very clear that we were at only the beginning of the conversation, and the resolution itself, inherent in it, was an outreach process to the public. As far as the action plan itself, I think this is as good a point as any for me to sort of talk about sort of what I want. At least this, of course, this is just my opinion, but kind of the pillars that I would like us to sort of build the proposed action plan on. I really liked the statement of purpose that the staff included in the memo, and I think it was very early on in the memo. An overarching goal of creating a future where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring in Kirkland. I would like that to be, there's a lot of potential directions that the city may go with the action plan as, proposed by staff. As we're working through the action plan and we're thinking about specific policy initiatives that might be part of the action plan, I really want us to use that as one of our key screening elements. Is the plan we're proposing, is the policy we're proposing, is the program we're proposing likely to create a future where homelessness is rare, brief, and not recurring in Kirkland? So that's sort of pillar number one. Pillar number two for me is I want our approach in the city of Kirkland to be one where it's best practices based on the latest research and data. And when we get into conversations about social issues like homelessness, just as one example, we get into a battle of anecdotes. I don't think the battle of anecdotes leads to the best policy development. And so I really want to make sure that in Kirkland that we are researching what best practices are, and that we're making our policy proposals, our program proposals, our budget decisions based on the latest research and data. So that's sort of pillar number two. Pillar number three is the one that Mayor Curtis already highlighted, but I'll just daylight it again. And that's making sure that, and I think this is kind of the key element of us taking on this right now, is our being in a position to respond effectively to sudden changes in the homelessness situation, homelessness crisis in the Kirkland. I think that it is really smart of the city of Kirkland to think ahead as to how we will respond, what resources we'll have in place before we have a sudden change in the homelessness population in Kirkland. And I think that's, I think our residents would hold us accountable for doing that, and rightly so. So I appreciate that. I want that to be one of the pillars. And then the last pillar I wanted to sort of us to build this around is, and I discussed something related to this in sort of a broader scope at the last council retreat, but we have a lot of promising programs and plans in place, whether it's RACER or whether it's HEART, or whether it's the future of permanent supportive housing in Kirkland. I want to make sure too that we are really delivering on the promising programs that we already have in place. So we take stock, and the staff memo addresses this, but we take stock of what we have in place today, and we make sure that as part of any action plan, that we're able to really deliver on the promising work that we already have, including, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention having our homelessness outreach coordinator. So all of these things that we're already doing, making sure that any action plan ensures that we're able to deliver any of those really well. And that's resource, and this is a resource constraint situation, right? So making sure that we have the bandwidth and resources to deliver on those existing programs, even while thinking about how to proactively deal with a potential crisis in a sudden change. So those are my sort of 4 pillars. I really have one more comment, so I'm just going to mention it now, but it has to do with later in the resolution. Like Councilmember Tim Chisholm, I did want to make sure that when we're doing our outreach, which we're going to talk about later, that we are including our business owners and employers, because I noticed that was missing. So that was it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I've appreciated this discussion. I want to start off by saying that reading this memo made me so proud of the city of Kirkland, of our staff, of our current council, but also, as Councilmember Sweet alluded to, the history of councils that have done so much thoughtful and compassionate work to lead us to where we are tonight. So thank you for staff. Thank you for Carly, Jen, Darcy. I'm not going to do all my usual thank yous because I'm having trouble talking tonight, but I really appreciate it being a person-centered approach. You can really tell that this approach is very smart and very thoughtful with some of the examples like mail services and wound care and coordinating with MIH. And we know that there's a lot more work to do as well. Jen, thanks for sharing and acknowledging not only some of those stories that you shared, but just some of the challenges with data collection. I think that's certainly a really important piece of this conversation as well. I wanted to acknowledge in answer to a couple of the questions that were in the memo. I'm just going to share all my thoughts now, since I don't know if my voice is going to work in a few minutes, but question number 7 asks about if there are any hold on. Yes, I think it's question 7. Ask if there's any other kind of early tasks that council would like to see in the action plan. And there's so many great things in here, but one thing that I was looking for that I didn't see was a consistent way for folks to activate the HEART team. My understanding is that our current plan would have a combination of using our Kirkland, or calling our homeless outreach coordinator during the business hours, or calling our police non-emergency line during evenings and weekends. And that can be really confusing for the community and for folks. And I think it's really important that we have, like I said, a really consistent approach. So I would love to add to some of those, add an action item on that, or however it best fits into the resolution or the plan for us to come up to create one single phone number for folks to call to activate the HEART team. That just makes sense for so many reasons. And I'd like it, perhaps it would route to different folks on the back end, but as far as publicly facing, that it would be the same phone number that folks would know. They would get somebody who could help them or help someone else who's unhoused. Also wanted to, on question 8, and was also talked about earlier, transitional housing. Just want to mention for those members of the public listening, when we mention transitional housing here, we're using that language, but we're really meaning temporary housing. There's a lot involved in transitional housing with a lot of requirements and red tape for folks to quote unquote, deserve or earn more permanent housing. And I just want to make clear that my understanding of this is that we really mean temporary housing here and not necessarily transitional housing. So wanted to clarify that. And then also wanted to, Darcy, I believe you asked this earlier in your slide about, a designated area. I know there's a lot more discussion to come on that, and I think it's a conversation worth having. There are things that concern me about that. I understand the desire to have, some sort of designated outdoor camping area for folks. I think of one of the second example that Jen gave tonight, right? That may not be a place that gentleman would feel safe and be able to live. And then what would we do for folks like that, or folks that need to be close to a family member or close to their work, and transportation and other things would be an issue. All that to say that there's a lot of complications involved in that, and I think it'll be an interesting discussion. So thank you again. I'm proud of this work and support us continuing. Thanks.
Thank you. City Manager, we're at 5 after.
Yeah, I was just going to do a time check. My suggestion, since each of the other sections are equally important and challenging, is that maybe we pause here and bring this back for the next and go to section 2 and section 3 at a later time versus trying to like hurry through them, because we probably won't get through the whole thing no matter what. And
Yeah.
I think want to make sure we have time for a break.
Do you have anything you want to wrap up with, or council want to provide any final comment?
I always, as always, welcome feedback from the council on the process. I think the goal here, as I said at the beginning, was these things are already happening, and we're trying to follow on actions and direction you've already given us. And part of the reason that I propose this resolution as a resolution is there's also, we haven't talked about, there's also a lot of other things in progress. There's the comprehensive plan update, there's a human services grant program, there's the budget process. And each one of these things is a policy and budget action at the same time. And so we're basically seeing that we're going to be way out of step if we do all of these things independently or in silos versus coordinated. So I think the goal of trying to have it on one place was to really have this kind of hard conversation, and I definitely appreciate the feedback. I know the staff does as well. But I also think that the point is, it's the beginning, as Deputy Mayor Arnold said, like our hope is, hey, take as long as you want with this, right? Chew on it, tell us to take it out, to amend it, fix it, but it's must be discussed and decided as part of the other processes that are also happening. So that was the intent with which we brought it to you. But like I said, I always appreciate the feedback, so.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good. Yeah, and I do feel like, okay, Councilmember Sweet.
Oh, no, I'm just channeling Doreen Marchioni. When we first came on council 14 years ago, there was a homeless emergency. She was on the 10-year plan to end homelessness for more than 10 years. So this has been a long journey. We have done lots of steps along the way. We built a shelter, we hired a coordinator, and it will be a longer journey, but unless we are prepared for the eventualities that are going to happen down the road, and they will happen, then we won't be in control of it. So thank you all very much for this work.
Thank you. Yes, I think what would be helpful is just give us an idea of when you want to come back.
Sure. Yeah, we'll take a look at the calendar tomorrow as part of the director's meeting and figure out the right time.
Thank you, everyone, for your input. Thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry that we didn't get through it all. So that concludes our study session for this evening, and we will be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting. are back in session following a study session on proposed Resolution 5631 relating to homelessness and an ARCH strategic plan. And it's always fun to see a full house, so welcome everyone. We are going to first move to honors and proclamations, which is our next item is the Earth Month proclamation. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're declaring April of 2024 as Earth Month in the city of Kirkland. There's lots of fantastic information in your memo with links to more information on what the city has done environmentally over the last many years, as well as links to other resources. And here to receive the proclamation is our senior planner, David Barnes, as well as some sustainability ambassadors who are joining us from various high schools. So,
Thank you. And Councilmember Tim Chisholm is going to read the proclamation.
and if the folks can join us up front, the sustainability ambassadors and David,
Come on down.
welcome. Thank you so much.
And David. Sustainability Ambassadors and David. Nice to meet you.
Hi, okay.
Right.
Who would like to receive this? Well, I can read, I got this.
Shake your hand.
Would you like to take that?
You
Thank
take that. You take the mic.
And thank you, Madam Mayor. Today we are proclaiming April 2024 as Earth Month in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas the city of Kirkland has a longstanding commitment to protecting and enhancing the natural environment and adapting to the impacts of climate change in Kirkland while reaching regional carbon emission targets. And whereas an adopted Kirkland City Council goal is to protect our natural environment through sustainable goals and practices, and to equitably meet the needs of all our community members for a healthy environment and easy access to clean energy and clean water without compromising the needs of future generations. And whereas Earth Month is a reminder that individuals and communities can make a difference by reducing energy use, electrifying homes and businesses, producing renewable solar energy, reducing consumption and waste, as to help equitably mitigate and promote the resilience to the continued and future impacts of climate change. And whereas the Washington State Department of Health measures on the Washington Environmental Health Disparities Map 19 indicators that show the connections of fossil fuel pollution and other toxic exposures to vulnerable populations that are socially, economically challenged and their risk factors. And whereas environmental justice and shared community responsibilities help address environmental health disparities. And whereas the Kirkland City Council has committed to prioritize funding for sustainable strategic plans, actions to further equity, energy efficiency, public health, and clean energy economy that promotes sustainable and resilient environments. And whereas the Kirkland community members continually show commitment to the environment by reducing energy use, reducing waste, recycling, repairing, composting, preventing water pollution, advocating for environment, utilizing alternative transportation, and volunteering to restore natural areas. Whereas the numerous city programs across the department work to promote environmental ranging from urban forest strategic master plans, special recycling events and waste reduction efforts, protection of city streams, wetlands, and lakes, and Green Kirkland Partnership Natural Parklands, restoration events, and more. Whereas the city of Kirkland is active in regional environmental efforts like the Lake Washington Cedar Sammamish Watershed Salmon Recovery Council and the King County Cities Climate Collaborative K4C to reduce carbon emissions, environmental impacts, and improve sustainable behavior. And whereas the city of Kirkland will continue to lead the way toward solutions to climate change and seek citywide decarbonization strategies, such as reducing both operational and embodied carbon in the built environment and modes of transportation, and preserving portable water access and supply to protect the environment for all future generations. And now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, does hereby proclaim April 2024 as Earth Month in Kirkland, Washington, and calls upon all community members to take action to reduce their impact on the environment to achieve an equitable, sustainable, and resilient community.
I wanted to thank my city of Kirkland so much for being forerunners in sustainability. I'm very proud of my city. Just yesterday, some students went to the school board and presented for a sustainability policy for LWSD. I'm very excited about all the advancements we're making.
Thank you so much, City Council in Kirkland. I've been working on videos to showcase on our social media, hoping to encourage sustainable practices among our peers. Thank you.
I'm a freshman and I have 3 more years of high school left. In these 3 years, I'm so excited to see all of the possible sustainability involvements that we will be able to make, and I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, I don't have a speech for today, but I'm just really honored to be here today. As a person who just moved out of my country, I'm here my 6th or 7th month, and I'm just really, really excited to just be here today and feel such a great feeling of community. Thank you.
All right, we are now at the point in our agenda that everybody's actually here for. Items for the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters that are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of the issue. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during items of the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Community members will be called in the order they are signed up. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask everyone to be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please do not clap or applaud after a speaker or express your disagreement with the speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome expressing their viewpoints, regardless of content. Because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of content. City Clerk.
Our first speaker is a pair, Kaylee Flax and Mahdi El Husseini,
Welcome.
followed by Nora Myers and Kyle Sullivan.
To the podium.
Right at the podium. And you'll see there's going to be a clock that's going to give you your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mehdi.
And I'm Kaylee, and we are both students at Juanita High School who are both deeply involved in the Juanita and Kirkland community, and we have recently learned about the Juanita Neighborhood Association's ongoing efforts to have a Juanita Public Pathway Trail established.
Now, we're here to specifically advocate for the 500-foot portion of the proposed pathway that's immediately south of Juanita High School. This pathway is mostly dirt and stream, and it runs under the power lines. Now, with the minimal construction of a footbridge and a pathway, a footbridge and pathway, students could save about 1.5 miles of travel by road just to get to school or to leave. Now, this region is also known for its walkability, accessibility, and commitment to safe outdoor spaces. As graduating seniors, both of us, we would like to leave our community better than how we found it, and this is our way of doing it. So we humbly ask the council to approve and fund this project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nora Myers. Welcome, and go ahead.
Hello, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Nora Myers, and I live in North Juanita, and I am a junior in high school. I pass this section of grass under the power lines on the southeast corner of Juanita High School every day. That stretch of fenced-off weeds could and should become a path connecting Juanita High School to the neighborhood directly south of it. I would love to be able to walk to school, and I think that anyone would like to be within walking distance of their destination. which is why it's so frustrating to see an area of our neighborhood that is so close to the school and yet be unable to walk there safely. Students living a mere 500 feet away from the school should not have to walk 1.5 miles along many-lane, busy roads to reach the school. Especially during the winter, when it is pitch black in the mornings, it would be much safer to walk on a pedestrian path than on a road where cars might hit someone in the dark. This path would allow students to avoid the noise and air pollution they currently must face when walking to school. This path would also likely increase the number of students willing to walk to school, as it could be faster than driving for them. Decreasing the morning traffic by the high school would benefit all students and the whole neighborhood. Additionally, transportation is half of Washington's total carbon footprint, and anything that decreases the number of people who must drive helps to lower that. We should, as a city, strive to encourage any methods to solve our transportation and climate crisis. According to the Kirkland Sustainability Master Plan, which was adopted in 2020, one of the actions that the city committed to pursue was Action LT 2.1. Quote, continue to work with multiple city departments to align new pedestrian connections with the 10-minute neighborhood concept, unquote. I urge you to create this path that supports the city's commitments made in this document. I support the full proposed Juanita public pathway, but I specifically ask you to prioritize the 500-foot segment to the south of Juanita High School. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Kyle Sullivan?
Good evening, council members and staff. I'm here tonight to advocate for more housing in Kirkland. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development considers households cost burdened if they spend more than 30% of their income on housing costs, such as rent and utilities. When I checked Redfin this afternoon, there were exactly 5 one-bedroom apartments currently listed in Kirkland that would be under 30% for me. I don't qualify for any affordable housing or rent assistance programs. Even if I decided to spend more, many places won't rent to you if it would be more than a third of your income. In contrast, the same apartment search in Seattle gave me more results than I can count. Despite this, I consider myself very lucky. I want to move rather than being forced to. I get along well with my parents and I still live with them. I have a good job that allows me to work remotely, so I'm able to move to another city, but I would need fast internet for work and I want enough space to take my desk out of my bedroom. There are many people who don't have the same privileges I do. That means there must be a lot of people that find it extremely difficult or impossible to live in Kirkland, even if they work here or have other ties to the community. Housing is a top problem throughout the region, state, and nation, but there's a lot that can be done on the local level to make a difference. I urge the city to be ambitious with rezoning underutilized land to allow for more housing, such as the Parmax site, Yarrow Bay Business Park, the 85th Street Station area, and more. Large parcels of land represent great opportunities to redevelop a lot of land at once and make a meaningful difference in housing supply. The city should assign zoning that allows for apartment buildings, not just townhomes. While middle housing updates will apply in all of Kirkland, it will be built piecemeal. We need to pursue large projects in parallel to build enough housing. To support redevelopment efforts, the city should also remove parking minimums. Parking garages are hugely expensive and often overbuilt. This excess parking makes developments more expensive, leading to fewer housing units being built, higher rents, or even a project failing to pencil out. I'm confident that developers will be able to determine if their projects can have fewer parking spaces than currently required. Their goal is to fill all of their units, so I don't think you're going to see parking suddenly evaporate. I also strongly think that the permitting process needs to be sped up and that the city needs to take action to ensure that housing is available for all income levels, not just luxury apartments. I unfortunately don't have a magic solution to offer you, but we have to keep working on these problems no matter what. I want to be an active member of the Kirkland and Eastside communities, but I also want to be able to live independently. With the current situation, it seems like I might get only one of those. Kirkland is touted as a great place to raise a family, which I think is true, but for many people, it will be a hometown they have to move away from rather than a city they can live in. Let's change that. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
The next 3 speakers are Anthony Jonas, Joella Bennett Gold, and Liz Tusing.
Anthony?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anthony Jonas. I live east of Juanita High School. I'm also a middle school social studies teacher, so I'm very excited to see so many members of the community here expressing their civic duty and speaking up for what they believe in. I also live very close to Juanita High School, and I have some concerns about the upcoming Juanita project, specifically on how they're not going to address student safety in a couple of ways. Members of the neighborhood know that the eastern side of the high school is very dangerous for students. There aren't sidewalks, there aren't any crosswalks. There's an unsignaled intersection with only one stop sign, and someone is going to get hurt there again. But the proposal to create a trail not south of the high school, which I think a lot of people are in favor of and people have spoken to already today, but to the north of the school along the Juanita substation would not improve student safety. It would funnel students down a 1,300 foot area, which is the distance from here to the Juanita pool, with only one exit at the north and at the south. It would be unlit and away from the street, and every community member that I've spoken with have said, that's a terrible idea, that's dangerous for kids, why would you do that? People who live in the neighborhood know that there are traffic issues, and people are universally in favor of increasing the greenways that the city has already proposed there, and building bike lanes, building sidewalks, even though many members of the community know that it would take away their own personal private property to build a sidewalk. They are in favor of this because they know it would be safer for students coming and going from the high school. So I hope that you carefully consider these proposals, and if you are really thinking about student safety, making sure that there is a proposal that is actually going to keep them safe as they come to and from school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is virtual, and it's Joella Bennett Gold, followed by Liz Tusing, but we're not seeing Liz online yet.
Okay, Joella?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Joelle Bennett Gold. I'm a Bothell resident. I saw an article about the Juanita Public Pathway extending the Burt Gilman Trail, and I'm really excited for that. My husband and I ride the Burt Gilman Trail on our bikes to a lot of different neighboring cities and are excited about how far it goes, and I'm really excited at the idea of being able to add Kirkland to our list of places we can bike to. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And if there's anybody here planning on speaking pro on the Juanita Public Pathway, we've reached our limit of 3 speakers in favor. And then now we have another virtual.
As Liz is not online yet, our next speaker is Susan Davis, also virtual, followed by Ozkan Sarbus.
Susan Davis, go ahead.
Thank you. I just joined as a panelist. Thank you. I was just wanting to call in. I had seen the tail end of the study session regarding unhoused people in Kirkland, and I just want to, make a comment as a citizen, knowing that we are in an uphill battle regarding homelessness and people needing housing. I totally understand it, but I really think that on our radar, we also need to be considerate of the expenses that the city will be incurring additional that we see other cities that are adding more unhoused housing or possibly allowing more camping around the city. For example, fire, emergency, police, EMT, hazard cleanup, all of those expenses. You guys really need to take in consideration as well, because I've been seeing a lot on TV with other cities that have been on the east side that are getting impacted by that. I know that we are going to be opening up the health through housing with King County, I think next year. Again, let's see how that works out, right? Let's see about the extra services that we're going to need to provide from our EMTs, our fire, our police. But one thing that I saw that kind of concerned me, because it doesn't seem that it works well with neighborhoods, is when tiny villages are set up. And maybe ours would have more rules in our city, but a lot of the areas that have tiny villages I don't know, that might be considered permanent housing, or maybe it's considered temporary. Maybe there's some different rules that we could have involved in that. But I think we really need to look into that and saying, where are we going to put these? Are you going to put it at the police station and, Kirkland City courthouse in the parking lot? Great place, probably. Are you going to allow it, in a park near a neighborhood? Probably not the best place, right? Are you going to have it on a transportation line? Hopefully, right? So I just really think that also with the figuring out if you could camp anywhere in the city or designated camp spots, again, I assume most people would feel better. I know I would if there's designated areas, right? But again, we have a homeless outreach coordinator. We've been spending money on other homeless, unhoused coordination, and it's only going to get probably fourfold on the needs. And I just think that I'm glad you guys are staying ahead of it, but really please take the public feedback because we should be involved. It's going to impact us. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Our
City
next,
Clerk, do we have anybody left to talk about the Juanita Public Pathway?
I don't have anyone who has said that they're here to speak about the Juanita Public Pathway.
City Manager, do you mind just giving our audience an update on where we are with that?
Yeah, certainly, thank you. So I think many know this, but just in case, there is no action on the Juanita Public Pathway tonight. The council did authorize staff to do a feasibility assessment of the pathway, which our Public Works Department has been doing and is close to completing, but it's not yet done. That feasibility study will lay out potential segments of the pathway to bring to the council as part of our capital improvement project budget process. So that'll be coming to the council later in the summer and the fall. So we're definitely making progress on it, but there's no action tonight, just for folks to know. And we're happy to provide anyone with any individual information if they want as well.
Thank you for that. Do we have Liz back?
We do not.
Okay, who's next then?
Our next speaker is Ozkan Sarabas, followed by Alex Zimmerman and Ronald Snell.
Mr. Sarabas, welcome back. Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor and Council Member, my name is Özcan Sarabas. I own Alanya Döner in downtown. I was here last time too. Since the project starts, scrambled egg, in 2 weeks now, I lost almost more than 75% of my sales. I'm really hurting. James and the contractor tried to rent my space, but doesn't even cover my rent. And I look at the workers, they work only until 3 p.m. and one guy working, one machine working. And they don't work after 3 p.m. I thought they're going to working for summertime because longer hours. They stop working 3 p.m. and they don't work Saturday, Sunday. That means if they you guys hire someone else to work harder, the project done like 2 to 4 weeks, not 8 weeks or more. And this is really hurting us. I mean, I'm watching how they work is horrible. And one more thing, they put the honey bucket in front of my restaurant. I don't know whose that idea is. They just put in front of my restaurant the honey bucket. I mean, I don't know whose idea is that one. And I'm really hurting. I need you guys' help to stay alive. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I'm guessing we can do something about the honey bucket.
Yeah,
and Deputy City Manager will follow up with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Zimmerman.
Yes. Followed by Ronald Snell and Sarah Richards, then Cole Jorgensen.
Thank you.
Sieg. Where is timer? No timer? Okay. Sieg Heil. My Dory damn Nazi fascist junta and with government anti-Semitism. My name is Alex Zimmerman. I'm president of Stand Up America. I will explain to you right now a situation what is exactly show how fascism controlling by democratic mafia in junta doing this. I come from Bellevue meeting right now, Bellevue change today, Tuesday, 6 o'clock. And statistic very interesting. Bellevue #1 city in state Washington and number 10 in America. So I come in talking, you know what it mean? And because I'm a Jew and because I'm American, so we have war right now with Iran. And I told you 2 weeks ago, remember? Yes, we will be. Yes, have, right now. So we have a consul who come from Iranian Muslim, you know what it mean, from Amazon. His name, Muhammad Malakanian, you know what it mean? Is they make him a deputy mayor. What else we can do? It? Nothing. So today, mayor not present, so he acting like a mayor. So I come and start talking about this. I don't understand. How is this possible? So us enemy, potential enemy, is okay, no problema, who only 10 years live in Bellevue, 10 years only citizen, and come for deputy mayor. I ask, how is this possible? I live 40 years, 30 years ago in talking. All consul who in chamber in Bellevue, for example, live approximately 30, 50, 60 years. You know what this mean? In Bambara Boom, they approve man who 10 years only in America, 10 years only citizen, you know what this mean? Deputy mayor. So I ask, why are you doing this? And exactly we have war with Iranian Muslim. So why are you doing this? Why they did this in beginning from New Year? Because election from last year, I present this. I'm competition to him and 20% vote for me. So I talking about this and try understand what is reason and come to conclusion. Reason very simple. Bellevue hate America, hate American. Why they make him a deputy mayor, a man who 10 years only live here, who citizen only for 10 years and come from Iranian Muslim? Yeah, absolutely. This exactly, and he's a manager of Amazon. It's key to everything too. So I asked him today, why are you doing this? Why you accept this position? You don't understand, so this is wrong, so you cannot do this because American probably thinking differently when happen in council chamber in Bellevue. Guys, we have a fascism right now who controlling us a state for almost 40 years under my eyes.
Mr. Zimmerman, time's up.
Oh, Red, thank you very much.
Before continuing, I want to offer a comment on behalf of our council. We heard statements tonight that are hurtful and offensive to our community. I mean these words. The City Council does not condone these comments. We are committed to making Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming place for all. At the same time, items from the audience provides an opportunity for community members to express their views to council regardless of content. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Snell.
Mayor Curtis, members of the council. I'm Ron Snell, and I'm here today with a number of folks from the People for Climate Action Kirkland, as well as some allied organizations. You can see many of us, we're wearing green today. I don't want to imply that the mayor is a member, but she's certainly welcome.
I'm a redhead.
Yeah.
Lots of green.
Certainly are. Most of us really recognize, I think both on the council and the audience, that we're really facing a climate emergency. And that's why we with People for Climate Action really believe that the work that the city is doing around sustainability and the reduction of greenhouse gases is critical to addressing this emergency. We're looking forward to hearing the report.
Thank you. Ms. Richards.
Hi, I'm Sarah Richards and a member also of PCA Kirkland, People for Climate Action, and I'm just here in support of David Barnes and the wonderful city staff that he is doing on sustainability, and to thank you, the council, for your support, your continued support on sustainability and the climate. We do have, as you'll see in the report card, we have a long way to go to meet the 2030 greenhouse gas emission reduction goals, but making some good gains, and I just hope that you will continue to support sustainability actions with your staff and budget. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the David Barnes fan club. Mr. Jorgensen. Cole?
I think he may have left with the high school students.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
All right, thank you, everyone. We will now move to the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor to present the audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,356,284.18 and bills in the amount of $6,013,317.52.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments, or corrections to the consent calendar? Okay. Can I get a motion?
A move to adopt the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Black to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent calendar passes 7-0. Oh my gosh, guys, we are at business, and it's 8 o'clock. All right, we are moving to our business agenda. Our first item is the biennial community survey check-in. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, as council knows, every 2 years in our budget years, we do a biennial community survey, and the results of that survey help inform our budget process and our budget investments. This year, we have what we traditionally have is a series of questions we ask that give us longevity, but we also have a couple of questions for the council about maybe whether there is any additional question that you want to ask as part of the survey. So we're looking for final direction from the council on this because we do need to get this in the field so that it can inform the council by our May 30th council retreat. So with that, I'm going to go and turn it over to our communications program manager, David Walbrecht, who'll make the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, City Manager. As mentioned, I'm David Walbrecht, Communications Program Manager, here to talk and check in with you about the biennial community survey. So this is a presentation in 4 parts. First, just talk through kind of recommendations and prompts for the council discussion. Then we'll give an overview of the process, how we got here and where we're going. Next, we'll talk about the survey instrument itself, the questionnaire, and follow up with some specific council discussion. So tonight, staff recommend that the council receive an update on the biennial community survey process, and we're anticipating this being fielded late April, early May. Staff are looking for council feedback on the recommendation that the 2024 community survey stay substantively the same as prior years to help maintain that longevity that the city manager mentioned. And finally, staff are seeking council feedback on an additional question to be added that would help meet our diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging 5-year roadmap, objective 1.5, which I'll talk about in a minute. So just to take a step back, talk through process a little bit. Since 2012, the city has conducted a biennial community survey. So this is generally a resident satisfaction with city services, and it helps establish various priorities for the city's budget process. Importantly, this is the data source for the Kirkland Quad, which is one of the 3 strategic anchors that inform the council's deliberations on the budget process, the other 2 being the financial forecast and the cost or price of government. Historically, the city has used EMC research to conduct the biennial community surveys over the years. They've provided excellent reports and excellent analysis, and we've been very happy to work with them. For this year, we did conduct a bid process. So this is just a sound financial practice to ensure that we're getting responsive, cost-effective services to optimize public funds, as well as current technology and methodology. After receiving 7 bids, which were all very good, the team ultimately went with DHM Research, a new consultancy for us. And that the main differentiating factor was a different level of service, specifically for the open link survey that will follow the representative sample survey. The analysis of that work was something that DHM Research proposed to take on. And historically, that has been a task city staff does, and specifically myself for the last few surveys. So this extra level of analysis was pretty exciting to the review team, just to provide a more data comparison for you all. So following council feedback tonight, staff will work with DHM Research to finalize the survey instrument. And so next steps, our anticipated schedule, unless there's kind of further deliberation needed by the council following tonight, we would be in the field April 29th. As soon as that is concluded, on or around May 10th, the city would issue our open link survey that would go out through the various communication channels, community partners, far and wide, trying to get as many responses as possible. On May 30th, DHM would present the findings of the representative sample as part of the City Council financial retreat. And June 18th, or another subsequent council meeting, DHM would then present the findings of the open link survey to further inform the budget process. So with that, want to provide some background on the survey instrument itself. As the city manager mentioned, the consistent questions that we've asked year to year provide a long-term data comparison. So it helps us see trends in how the city's performance is doing. And specifically those Kirkland quad topics are the center point, but there are other key performance indicators involved in the survey. Over the last 12 years, there's been very modest change to the survey. Only 3 new quad categories have been added, and pretty de minimis on the edges questions that are not the quad. As it may be apparent, survey length influences both responsiveness and cost. So the longer it is, the less likely someone is to complete the entire survey, therefore hampering our data collection efforts. Also, it takes longer for the survey company to field and receive that input. So based off of all of this, we have very limited options to add additional questions. And the staff recommendation is that we maintain the existing survey instrument by and large as it has been, and most recently in the 2022 version, with the exception of adding one additional question, which I'll talk about more next. So by way of brief background, the DEIB 5-year roadmap has in it objective 1.5, and that's titled Performance Measures, and it reads there on the screen for you, essentially looking to identify regular checkpoints of progress around the city's work on DEIB. And the salient point is bolded there at the end. Therefore, staff are directed to develop outcome performance measures for the goals in this plan and provide the council and community with regular reports on them. So in seeking to achieve operationalizing that objective, staff have identified various pre-existing data sources across the organization that'll support 1.5. However, in deliberation, preparing for this year's community survey, staff felt that adding a question to the survey about our efforts around DEIB would provide a direct avenue with the community to gather feedback from them. And the preliminary working draft that the team has come up with is part of a battery of questions that relate to general city performance. And what I have on the screen here is both the introduction, so generally what has been asked is, using a scale of excellent, good, only fair, or poor, please tell me how you think Kirkland city government is doing in each of the following areas. And so, job the city's doing overall, managing the public's money, keeping residents informed, delivering services efficiently, focusing on the priorities that matter most, and what staff is contemplating and seeking feedback on tonight is adding an additional performance indicator there of creating a community where everyone feels like they belong. So with that brief overview, I turn it over to you, Madam Mayor, council discussion and questions. There are some questions on the screen, but also, staff's ready to answer any and all, and over to you.
Thank you. Who'd like to start? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I feel like it's really dangerous to raise my hand for this matter with a data scientist on the council. I was really waiting for Councilmember Falcone to raise her hand. But so with that said, I'm going to embark on this dangerous. I actually like the direction we're going. I understand the longitudinal nature of the survey, and I think it makes sense to me that we have that consistency. I originally had some questions for staff when I first read this. I really wanted to understand how this question fit in to the overall survey. And I think once I understood that it was it was just one additional element to that battery of questions. I got more comfortable that we weren't going to be repetitive, that we weren't going to upset the longitudinal integrity of the survey. I did want to ask, so with that said, I wanted to ask one quick question. David, I don't know if it's a question for you. I'd be kind of putting you on the spot. I think, like any good lawyer, I'm asking a question I think I know the answer to. I really should know the answer to it before I ask it, and I'm being somewhat lighthearted there. But to be clear, this the additional question that we would be adding to the survey, it's one element of our efforts to accomplish that goal in our DIB roadmap. This is not the only strategy that the city is undertaking to sort of meet that performance measure goal. Is that safe to say?
Correct, yeah. And so I've been in close communication with our Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Belonging Manager, Erica Mascoro, around this, as she's the shepherd of the roadmap overall. And so this is one facet of the outreach. Other things that we are currently exploring include, at the various events that we have, both annually and ones that come up. So City Hall for All, our Pride event coming up in June, same with Juneteenth. Exploring ways to have a quick kind of one-off survey that basically just asks this similar question to those in attendance. And so that's just one example of other ways that we're trying to supplement the data source. And what we felt like was helpful in this version of adding the question is that not only is it us receiving the feedback, but it also highlights and uplifts the city's work on creating a belonging community and just raises that awareness with those who are taking the survey.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate that. And the reason I asked the question is, I know some of the folks listening or watching this later might have the same question I had, which is that, adding this question to our biennial survey seems like a step, but not enough to really sort of meet ultimately our goals with that element of our DIB roadmap. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Block. I'm glad that you went before me because that was the question that I wanted to raise as well. What to say about this? I feel kind of neutral about it. I would say about adding the new question. I really do wonder what value we're going to gain out of it, given that we're not asking people. I mean, what we really want to know is we want to ask people their opinions on, do you feel that you belong, right? It's really hard for someone to make a judgment on how well the city is doing and helping other people feel that they belong in the city. So that was my initial concern. So I thought, well, maybe we should be asking, that question, to what extent do you feel that you belong in Kirkland? Or to what extent do you think that the city is making progress on helping you feel more like you belong in our city? And then my train of thought was, well, this survey is really only asking residents, right? That's our sampling frame for this survey is residents of the city of Kirkland. And our goals in the DEIB roadmap go beyond just residents of Kirkland. That is a very important, obviously, component of it. But we also want to know anyone who exists in our city, whether they're here to go to school, whether they're here to work, whether they're visiting, whether they're working. I may have said that, whether they're potential future residents, they're hanging out at a park, they're visiting our businesses, whatever the reasons may be. We want everybody, not Kirkland residents, yes, and so many more. So I just question really what we hope to gain out of this and what decisions and what opinions we're going to form based on these data. And so I just want to caution us to really fully understand who we're asking and what we're asking when we get these results back. I won't tonight go into this, but I've shared before, I'd really love to see us do a thorough overhaul of our methodology. That's, we have so much going on, so something for another year perhaps, but there are ways that we could really have really robust engagement with folks who are residents and non-residents and visitors and get that kind of information that we're looking for, so we don't have to do kind of this piecemeal data approach that we were talking about. But for now, I agree this is perhaps an incremental step. I know when I'll be reviewing the data, I will certainly have that lens of really being aware of the limitations of this data point. I'm also concerned about the length of the survey and adding one more thing, even though it may seem really small, you know, lots of little things added to the survey. It not only makes it less enjoyable for the survey respondent, it makes it you know, deteriorates your data quality because people are more likely to just like straight line on something and say, you know, everything's really good, everything's really bad, or whatever their opinion might be when they get fatigued. But also folks are less likely to say yes to take our surveys in the future. They'll have like, you know, that kind of survey fatigue, and that could impact our data quality as well with non-response bias. So anyway, all that to say, I'm kind of neutral. I don't know if I had to pick, I would pick to not include this, but I don't feel super strongly that it does that much damage in and of itself. I'm just not really sure that the benefit outweighs the risks here. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the challenges here and as we move forward, because a lot of the benefit is the trends over time. We use this survey to measure the city's performance. And because we've been asking similar questions over every budget cycle since I've been on council, we can see where we're moving the different areas within the Kirkland Quad to meet people's expectations. So it's kind of challenging there, because part of what I'm going to be asking is the question you're saying we really can't do, which is add more questions. So I'm going to put this in two ways. One is the information that I'm looking for, and a couple of suggestions for feedback for you and my colleagues. First, as we're looking at the rankings of here's a set of things that are city services provided, how important they are to you, here's that same set. How are we doing with those? Today, in the public safety realm, we list police services and we list fire and emergency medical services. We have launched a new set of first responders and crisis responders, and I, over time, would like to get some data on how we are doing with that. So ideally, I would want that to be its own little dot. If that's not possible, I would combine it with police to be able to say police and crisis responders, fire and emergency medical responders. Same with the question on services for people in need. We had a discussion during the study session today about a specific emphasis on homelessness, which is a different set of problems and a different set of actions than our general human services funding program. Ideally, I'd want to have our response to homelessness as a specific question. If that's not possible, I'd like to change the services for people in need to say services for people in need and response to the homelessness, to be able to get into those sort of things. Finally, a clarification. We have a general category support for neighborhoods. The mayor and I have been meeting with the chair and vice chair of the various neighborhood associations, and I want to differentiate the fact that these are standalone organizations. They're not city funded. They're eligible to apply for grants, but we're not supporting them directly. And so as we're looking at the question of how are we doing on support for neighborhoods, really, I think how we use that question is about neighborhood-specific projects, and would want to change that question to say support for neighborhood-specific projects, because there's other mention in the survey about neighborhood infrastructure, so something clarifying that. Finally, we ask about where people are getting information. Today, it's an open-ended question. The main focus of where people can get information in the city is the This Week in Kirkland email and podcast. Ideally, I'd want a question in there saying, do you subscribe to the This Week in Kirkland email or podcast? If that's not possible, want to be able to have some analysis of those open-end responses to be able to tell us how many people mention that as an area that they get information from, because that's our main vehicle for distributing information. Want to see how effective it is that the community knows about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll go. I want to respond to Deputy Mayor, and it sounds like Councilmember Falcone is okay with that question, so we'll try it and assess it. thank you. The catch on the crisis responders and response to homelessness, totally agree that we need to capture that. I also had a question about support for neighborhoods. I wasn't clear on what we're asking for that. Are we asking people, projects, what? So I think that needs some finessing. And I did wear green tonight. And we have no question about what we're doing to address climate change. We have a question about what we're doing to support our natural environment, but I think we need to add a question about how does the community feel like we're doing to address climate change or climate resiliency. So I know we keep adding questions, but I think that one's very important. Two thoughts. Working class feels like an antiquated term. I feel like there's a better terminology that we could do that. And also culturally, we're moving away from seniors to older adults, and I might be a little sensitive about this right now. And the other question I had on question 71, it talks about, where is 71? It's something about collecting, it's about employment. And I'm curious, because we're not just interested in your employment status, but are you a student? Or it just feels like a very closed-ended question, and I would like to see it evolve to other types of activities that a community member could be participating in.
Sure.
Let me see if there's anything I didn't cover. Oh. Councilmember Falcone, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When you're done, I do, yes, nothing.
I think I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the comments too about other ideas, other issues I think that need to be covered. You know, I do think we should make sure that we are timing the survey, and we're very aware, and we hopefully have pre-established thresholds that we don't want to surpass with the length of the survey. So hopefully our research partners will help us with that and advise on that. I also, some of the comments I heard from my colleagues talk about kind of trying to smush two things into one question. I would really strongly advise us against that, and I hope that our research partners would as well. That can is just not a good survey practice, right? To have two things in the same thing, like police and crisis responders. People might have very different opinions of those two things and have a really hard time answering that question. And it's really hard to know what they're answering about. And so it really provides data that's not really meaningful. So I would just, in adding these things, I would say yes, and let's just be mindful to have separate questions and not confound two ideas in the same question. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor had another comment.
Given Councilmember Falcone's points that are well taken, I'll throw another idea on the table. We have 4 questions on emergency preparedness that are interesting, but they're, and it's important in the community to prompt them for these sort of things, but they're also somewhat, or I look at them as somewhat unrelated to the purpose of the survey, which is aligning priorities and performance. And one option to get 4 questions back would be to find a different vehicle to get that information from the community.
Thank you. My additional comment on 71 was, the question is, which of the following best describes you? And it talks about, are you employed? I would add, are you employed? Are you in school? Do you own a business? Are you a caretaker of your family? I think we need to expand our options. So, David, we always have a tight timeline when we provide you feedback on this, and I know that you are on a deadline. So how would you like to address our comments?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. And these are all excellent comments, as always. I guess a question I have back to the council, just to get a clarifying on direction. The Deputy Mayor's suggestion on cutting those 4 emergency management preparedness questions, is that something that the council generally, is there a consensus there?
I think that would be a good use of a replacement. I think we have other ways to communicate with our community around emergency management. And I know that the emergency management team has got a good handle on managing those communications, certainly in-house, but I suspect that we could approach it through that team.
Okay.
Any objections, anyone? Okay. Oh, Councilmember Pascal.
I'd be curious what staff thinks about that.
mean the 5 firefighters sitting behind him?
I have not chatted with our staff in emergency management. I think Councilmember Sweet, your points are valid. That I think what I would say is where the Office of Emergency Management is today is a different place than it was, I think, in 2012 or 2014 when these questions first were brought by that council to be included in this survey. And so I think this is something that staff can certainly look at and see what options there are. And so, Councilmember Pascal, I unfortunately have a undefinitive answer for you at this time.
And just a follow-up. So just kind of listening to the questions and the conversation, my default is to get the survey out and to not delay this for, until the next council meeting to come back with. So if whatever we are suggesting, if that does delay things, then I would not be in support of that. I would be in support of moving forward with the staff recommendation and perhaps addressing some of these issues at a later time. But I think it's important to hit this window that you've laid out. Thank you.
City Manager, you have thoughts?
Yeah, so I was going to suggest, since we won't really be able to come back to council in a full council meeting prior to getting this done in time for the survey, and I agree with Councilmember Pascal that you'd probably want that as part of the financial retreat. No matter how we do it, we'd be needing to communicate it with you individually after this meeting anyway. So I think that would give me time to talk with the chief and with the emergency manager about these questions, about what David has said about we have evolved since these questions were first asked, and so maybe recapturing some time back. And then that would allow us to also maybe add the questions that you've suggested into it. So my suggestion then, I've used the word suggested many times, is that we take this feedback and then we probably send a proposal to each of the council with what we come up with by the end of the week or early next week. And then I ask for individual responses. And if there's no consensus or agreement, then we'd figure out how to communicate that as well. But I think we're probably close to being able to get something that could go out on time.
Good, that's what I was hoping you'd say. Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, David. All right, we are going to move to item 9B, which is Mobile Integrated Health MIH Program Update and Potential Expansion. Thus, our uniformed guests this evening. Welcome, City Manager.
Thank you. So we have an action item for you tonight, which is we asked you to approve a fiscal note that allows us to expand the Mobile Integrated Health Program. Then we realized we've never actually given you a huge update on the Mobile Integrated Health Program as well. And so the program has been operating for over a year, and we thought this would be a really good time to provide you with some background. So we have quite a group here. We have obviously our Chief, Joe Sanford, but we also have Deputy Chief Ryan Woody, our Chief Administrative Officer, Maggie Ide, and the Mobile Integration Health team sitting here in the front. The presentation will primarily be made by Taryn Robinson, who's also part of the Mobile Integrated Health team.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I just wanted to introduce you to our social worker and Taryn Robinson, who does an outstanding job with our program, and I'm excited for you to hear her presentation and to ask questions of us.
Or pulling this up, I do want to say several council members did also ask about the difference or relationship of the Mobile Integrated Health with our regional crisis responders. And so we talked to Brooke Bittner, who's the executive director, and she put together a little comparison chart on how they're integrated for us, and Taryn has incorporated that into the presentation, and so we're just going to start off with that. But this is primarily about the Mobile Integrated Health. So.
Thank you, and welcome, Taryn. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I'm very appreciative to have the opportunity to speak about the Mobile Integrated Health Program. As I was introduced, my name is Taryn Robinson, and I'm the social worker in the Kirkland MIH program. And this presentation is really designed to provide a brief summary of the Mobile Integrated Health Program, its scope, its structure, some key data from our 2023 pilot year and kind of where we're heading. And the data and information that I am presenting is meant as context to the following staff recommendation. So staff recommends that City Council approve the fiscal note to fund a temporary reassignment of an existing ongoing firefighter EMT position to the Kirkland MIH program through the end of the current levy period. The recommended program expansion supports greater service to Kirkland MIH's top referral categories whose needs are related to safely aging in place. Staff recommend this position be fully funded by the remaining balance of Kirkland MIH's levy allocation, and staff would use salary savings from temporary reassignment to cover any additional overtime. If council concurs with the staff recommendation, we will continue the 90-day pilot with the additional firefighter EMT assigned to the MIH unit. So this is the slide that Kurt was referring to. So before we get into Kirkland MIH specifics, we did feel that this would be helpful to include as a brief slide highlighting the differences between the two programs. And some of those key differences are that RCR is an acute co-response program designed to address high acuity emergency behavioral health, and that they respond with law enforcement. In order to protect their availability in co-response, RCR does not carry a caseload or provide long-term follow-up after an incident. In contrast, Mobile Integrated Health operates as a referral-based model whose focus is on addressing the root causes and providing long-term care management. MIH connects community members whose needs exceed that of the traditional 911 EMS response to the appropriate services and resources to resolve their problems. Coordination between the two programs typically happens when a community member has had exposure to the Kirkland Police Department and the Fire Department. Services are not duplicated between the agencies since they operate on different design models, and there will be time following the presentation for us to answer additional questions if there are. So just to start with kind of what is MIH, what's our scope, and what does that structure look like in Kirkland? So our primary objective is to connect vulnerable community members to the appropriate resource. And we do that by being an integrated link within the fire department and by helping to optimize the fire department's availability for their first responders. Vulnerable community members include those who frequently call 911, those who are experiencing low acuity health concerns such as falls or mobility issues, and those who have complex care needs, including aging in place and mental health and substance dependency. The required minimum staffing to operate an MIH program includes a certified firefighter EMT and a mental health professional. Currently, Kirkland MIH is funded solely by the Medic One levy, and this determines the scope of MIH to respond primarily to referrals received by Kirkland Fire Department first responders. Kirkland MIH operates as a referral-based model in which first responders identify vulnerable community members and refer to MIH for follow-up, and this typically occurs 24 to 72 hours after the initial incident. Some key highlights of our pilot year are included in the graphs on the screen. So we started our pilot year in mid-January of 2023 with the firefighter EMT position, and then I was brought in July of 2023 as the social work. Our pilot year concluded at the end of 2023, and at the top graph on this slide, the number of referrals for each quarter of 2023 can be seen. And from quarter 1 to quarter 4, we did see a 75% increase in those referrals with a total referral count of 456. Looking at the bottom graph of this slide is a comparison of call volume from the 20 highest 911 EMS utilizers of 2023 before MIH outreach and then after. The MIH program effectiveness was demonstrated at 76% reduction in call volume. Additionally, MIH recorded 956 hours toward direct client engagement. Attributes of MIH success include several different factors, one of which is trust built between the Kirkland Fire Department and our MIH program staff. The MIH firefighter EMT role plays an important part in that relationship. The 75% increase in referrals also shows the need for this program in our community and that the fire department understands the program and are highly likely to use it. The 76% reduction in frequent 911 user call volume can be attributable to that combined expertise of the firefighter EMT and social work, as they can create a comprehensive assessment of the person and link them to all systems affecting them. So to further inform program growth and direction, staff utilized data from the regional King County MIH reports, and some of those key points included the graphs I included on this slide. So the top graph on this slide shows a significantly increasing trend of 200% for referrals in the region from 2020 to 2023. The bottom graph shows the 2023 regional referral categories, which showed that falls mobility and complex healthcare needs as the two highest categories. Regional referral categories mimic those that we do see in Kirkland. In Q1 of 2024, we secured a 90-day special assignment of an additional firefighter EMT while integrating our new case management software, which was substantially increasing our workload capacity. Although the primary purpose of bringing that additional firefighter in for the special assignment was to provide relief during software integration, we were able to gather data with this unique specific configuration. Key highlights of Q1 with the program expansion pilot include 217 referrals, which was a 49% increase from the highest referral quarter of 2023. And we also had 295 encounters with 107 unique clients. This configuration allowed engagement with clients that was not possible in the two-person one-to-one configuration. An example of this includes helping a client with mobility limitations traverse down the stairs in her home to get to a critical doctor's appointment. As a supplement to the current staff recommendation, Kirkland MIH has outlined future goals to promote open discussion and feedback. Our immediate goal, of course, includes increasing the MIH team size with an additional firefighter EMT. A near-term goal includes the implementation of social work internships, which will contribute to workforce development and give staff granular data to evaluate the need for additional social work expertise. As a long-term goal is the potential to increase the team size of MIH with an additional social worker, dependent upon the evaluation and outcome of the social work intern pilot and the next levy stakeholder proposals. Some additional key points for the future of MIH include Kirkland MIH's role within the City of Kirkland's Homeless Assistance and Response Team, which creates additional referrals and response for our unhoused community members. As part of our role within HEART, our program works to prevent homelessness through referrals and connections to social service agencies that provide financial or grant assistance programs and deferments. And as a last key point, the fire department's recent implementation of Narcan leave-behind kits will also expand Kirkland MIH's role to responding to the opioid epidemic through increased follow-up and internal tracking. Thank you for your time, and questions now, if you have any.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you, Taran, for the information. I had a number of questions that I'd asked, and she was very graceful in answering via email, but I thought this was an interesting program just to learn more about and trying to understand the differences between the RACER program and MIH, and so it's good to get that report that provided that more information. You had talked about this funding request looks like it's primarily for an additional firefighter EMT, but you also mentioned the social worker internship program. So is that a different funding request that's coming later, or is that part of this funding request, or how is that associated with what's before us?
I can answer that. As far as asking for any funding for that program, we are not asking for funding. There are other MIH programs within King County that utilize social work internship programs successfully. Our goal would be to sort of not reinvent the wheel and mirror some of those programs where they don't increase the cost to their program. Rather, it's a benefit because of the workforce development and the data they're able to obtain on what a larger staff structure would mean in responding to some of the community members' needs. And so what we would be looking at is not increasing costs to the program by utilizing a social work internship program. Direct costs may be associated with a supervision of those interns by myself, but I would be working and being paid for my job as is, and so there wouldn't be additional cost associated with that.
Great. Well, I mean, I think it sounds like a great thing to do. I just was curious if we need to approve something else. And then in regards to the second firefighter EMT, is that a rotating position, or that's someone coming off the line and that's a specific firefighter that then fills that second position? Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So we're fortunate to have both the members that have done that. So it would be the two of them, should this be approved, would be the members that would stay on for the duration.
Great. And then are you aware of any other MIH programs or similar programs where, because it seems to be a program that it's focused on medical response, right? Are there other examples where those positions are filled by an EMT rather than a firefighter EMT? Because it seems like that the position doesn't necessarily require all the specialized firefighter training, or does it?
I can answer that question first. I know of no other programs in the region that utilize just EMTs, only because we are funded by the Medic One levy, which comes through fire departments as their fire department BLS. And so all the programs that exist currently in King County employ firefighter EMT combinations or firefighter paramedic.
Okay.
That help?
Yeah, thank you for that added detail. So, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that the City Council approve fiscal note to fund a temporary assignment of existing ongoing firefighter EMT FTE position in the MIH unit of the Kirkland Fire Department.
Thank you.
Second?
All right, it has been moved by Councilmember Pascal to approve the fiscal note, second by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? Councilmember Sweet.
I just want to say I'm really proud of this program. We've talked about it for years, and Kirkland has really taken a leadership role in terms of just getting this set up in a way that really works for the department and really works for our community. So I hope the numbers keep going up. I hope that we will ultimately have another behavioral health specialist working with you, serving our community. Because it's clear we're doing the right things with both our police department and our fire department on addressing the tougher issues that we've been throwing fire and police at for years. So thank you for your work, Taryn.
Thank you. I also agree. And Deputy Mayor and I have met with the Senior Council, and they talk a lot about the need for this. I'm wondering if you've ever made a presentation to them at some point? I might connect you and based on your schedule, see if you can do that. But I also really appreciate this memo and a window into the value and the need of this program. So thank you very much. It has been moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Sweet to approve the fiscal note. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you both. Thank everyone. All right, we are moving on to item 9C, Organizational Statement of International Conflict, Resolution 5630. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is our second discussion of the Statement on International Conflict. The council gave us some good feedback on how to improve the resolution and the statement, and so we're going to tell you about the changes and see if there's any final discussion, and we're looking for final action tonight. And here to give that presentation is our Deputy City Manager of External Affairs, Jim Lopez.
Thank you, City Manager. Seems like I've cleaned out the room.
Not this side.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. It's my pleasure to be here before you tonight, returning to discuss the organizational statement on international conflict. As I'm sure you remember, we had almost like a working session the last time I was here. We put the changes up on the board. So the council gave us really good direction to move forward kind of expeditiously so we could be coming back to you tonight with recommendations. And as is my practice, we'll do recommendations first. We'll do a little background. We'll talk about the resolution and the changes that we're proposing, and we'll show them in their as it evolves, and then we'll go over the statement itself. So first, the recommendation that the council review our updated proposed resolution 5630, adopting this official statement. This presentation synthesizes the council input to date. We've taken mostly from our meeting on April 2nd. With one exception, staff is proposing the elimination of Section 3, and that is based on your direction as well. If council is satisfied with the changes, we are recommending we move forward with the resolution tonight. So a little background. We first discussed this on March 1st at a council retreat, with the intent being to, we do get an increasing, I think, anecdotally, frequency requests to make statements around international conflict. And we're reaching out to the council for some guidance during those times. These issues are complex. At the April 2nd meeting, the council did show support for this type of initiative, which would give the staff a clear communication in these moments, consistent with our city values and the council's expectations of staff. So that brings us to the resolution itself. Based on council feedback, here's what we have done. We've added veteran status as on the list of protected classes in the whereas clause. We've added a very important whereas clause, which clarifies the city has a long history of acting, but international conflicts are beyond the scope of the powers, functions, and resources of the city. And this is really kind of the essence of the resolution, to let folks know, of course, we care, but that this particular classification of work is really beyond the power, function, and resources of the city. We've clarified Section 2 to include the term international, so we are differentiating that from domestic events. And as I noted previously, we are recommending to remove Section 3 from its entirety, in its entirety. So here's the what the actual language looks like in the changes. You'll see the inclusion of veteran, and we did put the acronym DEIB in. This is kind of that very important whereas that we've synthesized, and I just call the attention of the council and the community to that last part of the paragraph where it says, responding appropriately to international conflicts is beyond the scope of the city's powers, functions, and resources. This is kind of a very important whereas that gets the essence of the legislation. Here you can see we've added international and veteran to the statement itself. This is the actual statement in the resolution, and we have struck Section 3, which pertain to the city manager engaging in additional dialogue. So that brings us to the statement. This is what the statement now looks like. And at this point, I think I will I will stop and welcome questions.
Council, any questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Jim. From the original feedback and discussion, I was interested in the more flexibility in Section 3 and the opportunity for key folks on city staff beyond the city manager, folks like yourself, the police chief, the DEIB manager, to respond and engage with people. Is the conclusion is that by removing Section 3, that gives you the best flexibility to respond on this?
It does, and we do feel that having that flexibility at the direction of the city manager would likely be in play very frequently.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll entertain a motion. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move approval of Resolution 5630, adopting an organizational statement on international conflict.
Second.
Thank you. It's been.
Discussion.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you for this presentation, and thank you for inserting the word veteran. I would hope that I'm going to vote for this, but this resolution stops short of including the word veteran in a lot of our Kirkland Municipal Code where I believe it should be included. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, go ahead. Oh, Councilmember Falcone, sorry. I've been trying so hard to watch you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's good teamwork. I just want to, I will be supporting this, but want to share that this resolution is a resolution, right? I want to make sure I'm.
Yes.
This resolution, thank you. I'm tired. It sets the default response, right, to requests for statements on international conflicts, but it does not preclude us if there ever were a situation in which we wanted to. I know we talked about that at the last meeting, that we still have the flexibility to do so. So I just want the public to know that, right, that we're not saying that we can never take a stand on any issue, but just that this is the default response, that we can do so in a timely and appropriate manner for likely the vast majority of situations. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. As I said, if Canada invades Washington, we'll probably make its stance. Thank you. Any further discussion? All right. The question is on, Deputy Mayor Arnold has made the motion to approve Resolution 5630, second by Councilmember Black. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution carries 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And I want to call a break, but that would really make these people upset, so we will move forward. We are on to our last business item, Sustainability Strategic Plan Year 3 Report Card. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So when the Sustainability Strategic Plan was adopted, one of the things that is in the plan that we said we would do is do an annual report to the council on our successes and places we needed to do better. And so this is the 2023 report card for the Sustainability Strategic Plan, and our senior planner, David Barnes, is going to be making the presentation.
Wow, I need more practice. Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. I'm glad to be here tonight to talk about the Sustainability Strategic Plan's implementation and some of the most impactful actions that have taken place over the year. So, every year we look at, a number of actions. I think in the first year we had about 8 actions that we achieved. The second year we had 15 actions, and this year we had 10 actions. And I've been reminded several times by several people on council that sometimes it's not the quantity of the actions, it's the quality. And I would say that a number of the actions that were heavily detailed in the 3-year report are definitely meet that category of quality. So, under the land use and transportation area, and I'm not going to talk about all of the actions, so I'm just going to highlight because I've got 10 minutes and I've got about 10 slides. The sustainability ambassadors have been working with Blair Daly in the transportation department and doing some amazing outreach for youth, getting to understand why not ride the bus. and what kind of decision-making things happen in their heads, in their households. It's really important from a standpoint, as you know, reducing carbon impacts, reducing congestion on the road. But also, I look at this and think about this is like a long game kind of situation where you're educating students at this level. And if you had not done it in the future, when they're adults, they would not be exposed to it. So we're just that much closer to them exploring alternative means of transportation that can, as this slide shows, reduce quite a bit of CO2 emissions every year. It's no surprise on the natural environment and ecosystem focus area that we always do a lot regarding trees. I tried to take a different kind of slant on this year. This is a comp plan year, and we have, as you know, a 40% tree canopy goal. So I asked to see where in the city are we not meeting that goal, and this map was created. So this shows the areas where we could do better to get our 40% canopy cover up to snuff, and it would take estimated about 62,000 roughly trees. And there is a lot of opportunity. We already do so much, as you're aware, with Katie Hogan's work and others to get tree plantings done, to buy people trees, to incentivize folks. But I think we can do more, and I think we will do more and get really creative, for example, in our zoning code with parking area design. Incentive programs, possibly working with the Cascade Water Alliance to reduce impervious surfaces that already exist right now. Maybe some kind of partnership that allows some financial remuneration to do that. And I think that would allow us to have more space for planting trees. And as always, we have green infrastructure requirements for new major developments, and maybe perhaps we could look at how existing developments or smaller redevelopments of existing sites could actually take advantage of green infrastructure as well. On the sustainable materials management side of things, there was a lot of events relating to reuse, making things work, fixing things, and we've made a pledge, and we're working towards it. There's a lot to do, but I think this kind of graphic on the left-hand side talks about the circular economy model. And it is related to our consumption. While we do have really great diversion ratios for recycling and other things, consumption is an issue that has climate impacts. And this graphic basically shows that we can reuse things. We can use materials from existing things to remake new items instead of just throwing away. And with the goal of this is to get to the end of this cycle and have very little actual waste that's going into our landfills, because we don't really have space to create many more of them anyway. This is also, I know that there's a lot of work going on in the school district too, so I think it's another area where staff is really excelling, and we can do more to reduce our waste. Another impressive area is on sustainable business, and I believe that we're going to do this again this year at the City Hall for All, where we're going to, we're working on a sustainability fair component. But I was really excited to see this and what's happening with small businesses and using sustainable materials and popping up at these markets and being in places where you don't have to go drive to a mall somewhere or order something on Amazon, no offense to Amazon, but just having delivery trucks and all this kind of stuff. We're really, what we're doing right now with our energizing small business and growing our economy in a really sustainable way. So I just thought it's really important to highlight this and continue doing this. It's really great. And you might recognize some people in here. So it's really important to look at yourself as an organization, and I think that's really impressive, the leaf blower advocacy that the city has taken upon itself. Leaf blowers are prevalent in our community, and there's some definite positives to advocating for electric leaf versus gas leaf blowers. The city manager in his office and Parks and Public Works and the council members have continued to work on initiatives like this that matter for a lot of reasons. This advocacy was not only on the local level, but, as you're aware, legislatively, the work that was done was really impressive. And this equitable multi-year approach is what we strive to do not only in larger projects like this, but smaller ones too, that involve both sustainability and equity. And I thought it was really impressive, the notion of equitable access and the direct financial assistance to acquire leaf blowers, really making that a priority. We're really walking our talk. It's really impressive. And I think this is going to help spread the use of the electric leaf blower, and our continued advocacy will help, I think, make improvements in the technology so can realize the full potential of electric leaf blowers, reducing air and noise pollution, and also increasing the public health for the users and for the community that they serve. And I'd also like to point out that this action in the Sustainability Strategic Plan was just to look at ourselves and consider a policy to reduce, gas leaf blowers or gas, appliances. So this goes far beyond. So this way over-delivered on this action, which is really awesome. I'd just like to touch on a couple of the implementation aspects of the Sustainability Strategic Plan in what Council funded over the last biennium, and that was the Energy Smart Eastside program. And that was, a combination of the 5 Eastside cities, Bellevue, Issaquah, Kirkland, Redmond, Mercer Island. And we have a really great state-of-the-art heat pump program that is focused on equitable access. And we've made amazing partners in the King County Housing Authority. We've gotten 24 units at the Kirkland Plaza, which is a low-income senior housing. Soup to Nuts has been fully retrofitted, and they don't usually put heat pumps in the King County Housing Authority buildings. They did this time. So this happened all across the East Side cities, but Kirkland got a big win there, and I'm hoping that we can get there with you to celebrate that shortly. And also our stalwart partner, HopeLink, it has been amazing in helping increase that capacity. And we've just learned so much about how to help people in need and vulnerable people, especially with heat pumps. Providing them access to them allows them to be less vulnerable and be more protected when we have heat and smoke events, which is really important aspect of this work. And I'd like at some point to be able to share a 10-minute presentation with the Energy Smart Eastside program manager to further elaborate on that. So, but continuing on the heat pumps and why we're doing that and why that's important, there's something called business as usual, and that's just letting the market decide what's going to happen. And unfortunately, we really can't just let the market decide what's going to happen when it comes to reducing emissions. This graphic is from Rewiring America, and it's for King County. So I will have to get you a Kirkland-specific graphic. But what it's really showing is this top yellow line is showing what we need to do as far as heat pump sales between now and 2029. And then the business as usual is that dark line on the bottom. And it's like, if we just don't do anything, this is where we're going to be. And that purple area is like the area that we've got to continue to advocate for, especially with the equitable access. And also there's people that maybe, maybe they can afford some money, but they need some little boost or a little, kind of a bump up to make that switch. And the Energy Smart Eastside program helps do that. And so, fun fact, replacing one gas-fired furnace with a heat pump is the equivalent of driving a gasoline-powered car for 5 years at 160,000 miles, roughly. So think about that for a second. It's pretty impressive. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but we're continuing to do so, and hopefully, that we will be successful in achieving closer to that top yellow line, because as you're aware, another item that we did over the last year was the greenhouse gas emissions report, which I know you read about and have seen the report. Heat pumps, do have a significant piece under the built environment and reducing not only electricity use, but also a fossil use if you were using a heat pump versus, say, a gas furnace. This latest inventory shows how we're progressing over the last 3 inventories and how we're getting somewhat closer towards our 2030 goals. And my observations are the following. The built environment, our electricity use decreased by about 10%, and PSE's fuel mix also got a little cleaner, and this contributed to this reduction in emissions. Also second, on the transportation side of the house, vehicle miles traveled declined, and therefore emissions also declined. Overall, our community's emissions declined from the 2017 number to 2022 by 13%. So when we measure our greenhouse gas emissions from our baseline of 2007, which is roughly 805,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent, hitting our 50% goal by 2030 is clearly shown with that red line. So we clearly have some work to do. This is going to take some work from us, not only relying on the market to get things done. We're going to need to ensure that there's further electrification going on within our community, and we're reducing gas use so we can flatten the built environment emissions. And if PSC continues to produce cleaner electricity, which I expect that they will, it's not going to be a switching the light thing on, it's going to be a progressive thing. We're going to see more emission declining in this areas too. And as far as transportation, there's a lot of efforts that we need to continue to advocate for, increasing fuel efficiency standards, modeling that acknowledges the growing number of EVs that are happening in the community, and especially on the east side. It's a pretty massive difference from the rest of the King County. So when we reduce the emissions in the built environment and the transportation sectors, then those fugitive emissions, where like leakages of gas and refrigerants and all that kind of stuff, they will also decline as well. And we will get closer to achieving our goals. And lastly, the community initiatives and the supporters, not only the ones in this room, the ones that work here, the ones that aren't here, they really make this all work, and it's always important to acknowledge all the volunteer hours and all the commitment to making Kirkland a better place, and that includes all of you, Council. And I look forward to working together on more and making more sustainable progress in Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice job. Council, any discussion? Go for it, because I was going to. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. David, you are an amazing asset for this organization, and I can't thank you enough for the work that you have done in sort of bringing us along. So, and you're known across the system. I mean, I hear talk about you in multiple places, so I'm glad you're leading this work, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Did you see Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, David, for the work, and recognize that we've put you in a position where you're also coordinating across a variety of aspects of the city. So we recognize it is a team effort. You've mentioned a number of metrics here, and while it is encouraging that we've shifted from a point of we're reducing our emissions per capita to one where we're actually reducing emissions. We're not quite on track if you extrapolate out for the 2030 goals, but we're making progress. As we're looking at those points to focus on, you've highlighted some key areas in the built environment and transportation. You also, in the memo, answered a number of questions that we had around some detailed metrics. And it's those metrics that I think get to some of those things of saying, here's what we're trying to do in the built environment. We're trying to electrify and convert from natural gas, and we're looking for information there. In your presentation, you presented some of the work that needs to happen around heat pumps and the state building code standards that are adopted that are going to help there. Kirkland's own high-performing building standards are going to help there, but it really gets down to the existing environment and what we can do. Building on the Energy Smart East Side program, it'll be important to track that sort of thing like heat pump installations or natural gas customers over time to check our progress there. On the transportation piece, the memo mentions the number of electric vehicles. It's great that the east side is a leader there. We're going to need to continue to track that and help that drive our investments in electrical vehicle infrastructure. You didn't mention this, but the memo mentions transit, bike, walk, roll, mode share. That's the other piece of the transportation puzzle we're going to continue to have to work on. And then appreciate the observations on trees, and that's gives some other things to work on. So the more we can say, okay, given these broad climate goals, here's some specific metrics to work on, helps us on things that we need to do as a city, as a council, as a community. So I would encourage you, as we continue this moving on, to have those updates of those key performance indicators, because they really can help show where we're making progress and where we still have work to do. Thank you.
Great, well, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That was very well said. And 2030 is not that far away. And
We got a lot of work to do.
we have a lot of work to do. And I agree, the metrics are hugely important, and we'll just keep our eye on the goal. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council, we're going to have a mass exodus. Thank you for joining us, everyone. We could take a quick break, or we could power through council reports. I don't think council reports will be quick. So what do you guys think? Let's take a break. We're going to take 10 minutes.
Great.
We'll be back at, I'm doing the mayor thing. We'll be back at 9:20. I can't do the math. Thank you, City Clerk. We are back from a short break, and we are now moving to council reports. And I am going to start with Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have several things to report. First, I want to talk about a couple of upcoming things and then some previous things. Tomorrow, the East Trail Regional Advisory Council will be meeting. There's two interesting things on the agenda. One is we're being briefed on the laws around powered vehicles, e-bikes and other micro-mobility devices is the term, and looking at how different jurisdictions are regulating those within the East Trail and saying, how do we go standardize and harmonize? We're starting that discussion tomorrow. We'll also be briefed on the King County Parks Levy that will be up for renewal next year. My particular interest is going to be money for the East Trail, not just for King County, but for cities like Kirkland and Woodinville that have still interim gravel trails versus the broader East Trail where you've got paved sections, to see if we can get something like that in the levy. I will also note that the 2-line on the east side, Bellevue Light Rail, will be opening on April 27th. Big celebration there. Those are the upcoming things I wanted to highlight. Some previous things, the mayor and I met with the chair and vice chair of the Highlands neighborhood, the Youth Council, and the Tourism Development Committee. If you'll recall, for the Tourism Development Committee, you asked us to go and meet and talk to them about the potential KMC code changes to go do that, which we tabled from the last session. The TDC basically had no feedback. They were okay with the staff proposal. We outlined both ones as is, but they did not have any concerns with the TDC being a voting member. Given our council action at the last meeting, I'd like to move to pull from the table substitute ordinance 4874, so we can continue that discussion.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor. It has been moved to retable ordinance 4874 by Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Point of order.
Yeah.
I think can I ask for a clarification? It made this a point of information, not a point of order.
Yes, go ahead.
So the motion is to put substitute ordinance 4874 on the table, or ordinance 4874? Because I heard Deputy Mayor say substitute. I heard the mayor say just the ordinance.
Thank you.
You could also move to retable the entire issue, the discussion topic, since that was the issue. Like
That's what I thought.
the whole topic was tabled.
So there's two things that are still live that were tabled. So the original ordinance, 4874, was moved and seconded, and then the substitute ordinance was moved and seconded, and then the issue was tabled. So you're pulling both off the table if you want to take action tonight. And then you'd have to do action on the first substitute, and then you, depending on how you do that, you take action on the underlying ordinance.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. My intention is to act on the original ordinance 4874. So I'd like to move to pull that, or to consider that.
To the table. Okay.
No, before we tabled it, this is
Yes.
pulling it from the table.
Right.
So I'd like to,
You're moving-
original ordinance 4874.
Told you guys this is going to take a while. Okay.
I think Kurt had a comment.
City manager.
If you, you could leave the substitute ordinance on the table indefinitely, but it could be just a cleaner action if you move the item back off the table, which is in both options, and then you take up what was the most recently item that was being addressed, which was the substitute ordinance, and take action on that. And then if that fails, move to the underlying original ordinance. Otherwise, the substitute ordinance sort of stays indefinitely on the table. So if you move the item forward, then you can address both. Sorry.
Okay, it sounds like there's, your recommendation is multiple, it'd be multiple motions.
Yes.
Point of order.
Well, no, I would, sorry.
I believe this is one motion that includes two ordinances to move two ordinances off the table back to discussion.
I'm waiting.
Deputy Mayor Arnold, we had proposed some potential motion language for this, if that is satisfactory.
You may not.
Okay, I move to remove the issue of the proposed increase in the tourism development member from the table in order for the issue to be considered tonight.
Second.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All right, it's been motioned to remove the issue of the proposed increase to Tourism Development Committee from the table so that we can consider it tonight by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Sweet. Is there any discussion? Okay, the question is on the motion to remove the issue from the table, back to us. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. I thought I heard somebody for a second. Okay, now the question is before us. We need to act on substitute ordinance 4874, moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm. Is there any discussion on substitute ordinance? Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, just a question. So with your discussion with the TDC members, that was with the full, with all of them, I guess?
It was a quorum. It wasn't every member, but it was a quorum.
Okay. And you brought up the issue and they just didn't have any opinion whatsoever.
They actually supported it.
What's that?
They actually supported it.
Yeah. Okay, but it didn't matter to them which.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Well, point of clarification.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Deputy Mayor Arnold, I'd like to pose a question. They were in favor of 7 voting members or 8? Or they don't care?
They did not have an opinion between the two options before us.
Okay.
Whether the addition of a member is an alternate or a voting member.
Councilmember Sweet, you want to add anything?
It was a good discussion. I think there was a sense of the more voices at the table, the better.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
So since the question before us is the substitute ordinance that, if I remember right, is the one that makes the additional vice chair position an alternate, given the discussion that we had at our last meeting and the need for different voices, I'm going to be voting against this substitute. I prefer the original staff recommended ordinance that hopefully we will consider as a follow-up to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you. This was a substitute ordinance that I proposed, and I'm glad that we got the input from the TDC members. That was helpful. It didn't necessarily point us in either direction. So I'm back to kind of where I was that evening, which was I just want to not set a precedent that we're going to be creating boards and commissions with even number of voting members. I would rather keep it consistent and continue to do an uneven number of members, voting members. So I'll be supporting this ordinance, substitute ordinance.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. Okay. One other question, and I'd like to know if this was discussed at the meeting. My understanding is that to be a member of the TDC, you have to represent an organization that currently receives TDC funds. This would currently prohibit, is that right or not? This would currently prohibit the Chamber of Commerce from holding a seat on the TDC. Is that correct or not? And was this discussed?
City Manager?
No, so you either have to be a member of an organization that pays the tax, so a hotel, or a member of an organization that could receive the funds. So a member of the chamber isn't automatically prohibited. It would just be whether or not that organization could receive the funds consistent with what TDC funds can be used on, which is tourism to create heads and beds. So it's possible a chamber member could, but not just because they're on the chamber. They would have to show why that organization qualified for receiving funds.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more discussion on substitute ordinance 4874? All right, then the question.
Oh.
He's over here.
I raised my hand.
Okay.
I'll be voting yes on this. In general, I think we should try to put items on the agenda if they're going to be voted on. But I understand the reason why this was not.
Thank you. All right. Questions on the substitute ordinance 4874. Motion by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Sweet. All in favor of what?
This is the
What?
The substitute ordinance was moved by Councilmember Pascal and seconded by Deputy
That was
Mayor Arnold.
originally.
Not back to the first one yet.
We are bringing that back, right?
The
Right.
first.
Which was the motion
Removed it from the table.
Which was the motion that I made that
Right.
Councilmember Sweet seconded. Now we're back to the substitute.
Sorry, guys, I
which
got lost
was
for a second.
Councilmember Pascal and Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Good.
Okay. All right, we're back on track. So, substitute ordinance was moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm. All those in favor of passing substitute ordinance 4874?
Point of order. I'd like to withdraw my second on that. Do you want to withdraw this?
I actually had Deputy Mayor Arnold as the second on that from the April 2nd meeting.
Okay, thank you.
That's not what's in my script, sorry. Okay,
It's okay.
let's start over. It was substitute ordinance 4874 was moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Deputy Mayor Arnold. All those in favor of substitute ordinance 4874, please say aye.
Roll call.
This needs to be a roll call.
Thank you. Roll call, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I don't even know what's going on.
You're voting on substitute ordinance 4874.
Okay, is this for 8 or 7?
This is for 7.
Yes.
Councilmember Black.
No.
Councilmember Sweet.
No.
What's it?
Councilmember Falcone.
No.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
No.
Mayor Curtis.
No. All right, the motion fails. 2-5. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I didn't understand what's happening. That's
Okay.
fine. Let's just move on.
All right. I hope no one watches this part of the meeting.
All right.
Okay. So now the question is on the original motion, ordinance, sorry, I gotta turn the page, ordinance 4874. It was moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Black. Is there any discussion on this ordinance? All right. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
When you start at this end with the new guy, things are going to get screwed up sometimes, all right? It's a little, yes.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yeah.
Councilmember Pascal.
No.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes. All right, that was fun. Thank you, everybody. Oh, the motion carries 6-1. All right, Deputy Mayor, do you have anything else?
No.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Pascal.
I have no reports. Thanks.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to mention a few things to keep them really brief. Amazing job to our mayor on the State of the City address at the Chamber luncheon last week. So thank you. You represented our city well, and there's so much for us to be proud of. Our city certainly is flourishing. So well done on that. Attended the AWC DEIB forum on hijacking meetings, and it was really great. This is the first of many that the DEIB cabinet at AWC is putting on as part of our monthly meetings after our meetings holding these, so more to come. I think this was a great first one. There was a lot of breakout sessions in addition to the briefings, and then the report outs were really helpful to really share what different cities are doing. I was able to share a lot of what we're doing in the city of Kirkland, and there was a lot of interest around that. So kudos to us and well done to AWC. And then lots of other things, but the only other thing I'm going to mention is that I was able to tour Lake Washington High School during lunchtime with the Green Team. It's a team of students who lead sustainability efforts at Lake Washington High School, and it was really impressive to see the work that they're doing and how that really aligns with our goals in our sustainability plan as a city as well. And as you may be aware, as was mentioned during comments earlier tonight, the school district is working to finalize their sustainability policy. And then after that, a plan will follow that has more details. And it's of interest to us, right? Because they have a huge footprint within our city of Kirkland, both the students and teaching them to be future good stewards of our resources, and also currently as they operate, right, in our city. So it was really great to see the efforts that were, in addition to district-led, really student-led efforts. It was really impressive. So I just wanted to share that. Kudos to the Green Team at Lake Washington High School.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Second on the amazing job that you did with the state of the city. And other than that, I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple things pretty quick. It's always a little embarrassing to do a third, but I'm going to go ahead and do a third on the State of the City address. It was really amazing, and it was well done by staff and the mayor, and also it was terrific celebration of some of the accomplishments of the city over the last 3, 4, 5 years. Also want to, in that kind of same vein, I want to mention the pitch competition that several of us got to attend. Wonderful celebration of our business community generally, our brave set of entrepreneurs specifically. Well done by staff, and then, of course, a shout out to our Deputy City Manager, Jim Lopez, for being the master of ceremony, along with Mayor Curtis. So that was wonderful, and thanks to any members of the community who volunteered to be judges for that competition. We won't name them.
Including your wife.
On a more substantive note, the legislative work group met for a post-legislative session debrief a few days ago. At that meeting, I took over the chairmanship of the legislative work group, so yeah, yay me. What I wanted to mention to my colleagues is that just a reminder to my colleagues that our terrific government affairs manager, Diana Hart, is going to be reaching out to you shortly, probably by email, to sort of remind you what the schedule would be for members of the council who aren't on the legislative work group, what the schedule is going to look like during the interim for you. And that specifically will include the one-on-one meeting that each of you will have with our government affairs staff, our legislative work group staff. So I'm kind of looking over at Ms. Hart to see if she has anything. She's nodding. Okay, so that's covered. Tomorrow, the Regional Transit Committee meets. The Regional Transit Committee, on the agenda is a transit safety and security briefing by Metro. That includes a briefing on their Safe Reform Initiative, which is an initiative they've had in place for a little while. That's safety, security, and fair enforcement reform. So we're going to hear about that tomorrow, and then we're also going to hear about MetroFlex. Get a brief. These are both simple briefings. There are no decisions being made. A briefing on MetroFlex, which is of unique importance to Kirkland, Metro Van Pool, and Metro Community Van programs. So those are briefings from Metro. So I may have something to report back to my colleagues after tomorrow's meeting of the Regional Transit Committee. And then just a quick note on East Side Transportation Partnership. Met Deputy Mayor Arnold and I, and Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember Sweet, you are taking your alternate role on the ETP very seriously, and I just want to commend you for that. I really appreciate it. It's great to have that representation. So ETP is well represented by Kirkland, which is awesome. And what we received was an update from ST3 staff. Substantively, what we received was an update from ST3 staff on the Stride BRT construction, which is also uniquely of interest to Kirkland, but nothing new or surprising to report on that. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I have been on Amazon.com. I have ordered a Sequent golden blazer. And for those of you lucky enough to attend the Chamber of Commerce Gala on Saturday night, you may get to see me. I hope to see all of you there on Saturday night. I have also been talking with the Lake Washington School District and Lake Washington Education Association about how to support their 2024 ballot measure, which I think is going to have a tough road ahead, just like all recent ballot measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Most of mine were covered. I had opportunity to do 2 great tours, excuse me. Last week, Port of Seattle invited council members, and you shall probably follow up on this with Samantha St. John. We got to tour the airport. It was great. Their sustainability work around their airport master plan is fascinating, and I'm super excited about the potential for sustainable aviation fuel. So that is definitely worthwhile. And some of us this morning toured Friends of Youth Iva Place Apartments in Houghton. It's going to be one of I think it's the first affordable housing in King County that is net zero. So it's a really interesting project, and I'm quite pleased that it's in Kirkland.
For young people.
Yes, it's for young people 18 to 24, and it is affordable housing. It's not transitional housing, it's housing. So I'm really glad that it's in Kirkland. That's it, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple quick items. First, I don't know, Mayor, if you want to talk about our conversation with Claudia Balducci, King County Councilor Claudia Balducci, you want me to do a quick summary of that?
Go ahead. Thank you.
So just since Councilmember Tim Chisholm mentioned the ballot measure, we did talk to Councilmember Balducci about whether or not the county was likely to pursue their climate change countywide ballot measure. I know Councilmember Falcone has brought that up at the STA. She said at this point they are not going to pursue it in 2024 for a lot of the same reasons that we looked at with respect to property tax, and also that the groups that were associated with it also were acknowledging that there was the repeal of the state's Climate Protection Act going to also be on the ballot, so they didn't want to divide the resources at that time. So they are not going to be proceeding, according to Councilmember Balducci, with a climate action ballot measure. However, the state legislature did provide the county with the ability to propose ballot measures that could supplant existing revenues as part of the county's attempt to solve some of their own budgetary crisis and kind of the structural problem they have. And so they are considering whether or not there would be some kind of ballot measure for human services of the county to be potentially placed on the ballot, but they're just beginning those conversations. They haven't made any decisions. So that was information we got that I think was important to the council to know. And I'd also like to highlight on the calendar that you all have agreed to a special, we're calling it a special meeting, but it's the retreat about the comp plan. So there'll be a focus on the comp plan overview and the process, but with a particular deep dive on housing. So that is Friday, May 3rd. Just want to remind you of that. And right now it's in the Peter Kirk room as the most likely scenario. So we're still looking at a couple other options, but that's the probable location. And then finally, because we did not finish the housing resolution discussion, I have been looking at the calendar, and I'm going to suggest, if the council's okay with this, breaking the remaining 3 pieces up into 3 different sections and having them probably at 2 different council meetings in the future, possibly 3, just to finish the first overview and then come back with a more detailed discussion of the whole thing as a 4th meeting. If so, no objection on that. All right, with that, is there any other calendar items that the council wants to discuss? Okay, if not, we do have a legislative request memo that we want to make sure we talk about, and that is about launching a process to do a community flag, a new Kirkland flag. And so I do believe we have one slide. As you know, LRMs don't have detailed presentations. So the LRM gave some of the background and impacts and things to think about, but has 4 potential options for the council to consider. And the council can, of course, add a different option or amend any of the options. But the staff recommendation would be to do some version of option A, which is to go ahead and launch a program at City Hall for All. And we have concluding by the end of September, by the end of 2024, but we know that might be something council wants to talk about. But happy to answer any questions, and Deputy City Manager of External Affairs, Jim Lopez, is also here to answer any questions. But we have this in front of you, and a reminder of the council legislative request process. If you want no action, no one has to do anything. If you want to take some action, someone has to make a motion to do something, and then this would continue forward. So with that, I will see if you have any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions, comments on the flag LRM? Councilmember Sweet?
Well, I want to thank staff for doing this LRM. I think that this will result in a really terrific community building effort that will be healthy for our city. And I think Deputy Mayor Arnold has a great idea that I'm going to ask him to share.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Sweet. I concur that big benefit of this is the community building aspect in addition to designing an appropriate flag, and have some concerns about that being done by the end of the year. So I would propose an alternate to option A, which would be to kick off this process at City Hall for All, and then conclude it in time for us to have selected a city flag in time for the July 4th Parade 2025, which allows us to spend the entire spring in the community figuring out what our flag is. And it also has the benefit of choosing a flag in time for Kirkland's 120th birthday.
Any feedback on Deputy Mayor's proposal?
Does that require a motion?
So that's, yeah, I think that he made a motion, or
So and I
Second.
would like to move that an alternate as 1A for
Second.
consideration.
Okay. It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold to adopt option A, but extend the conclusion to the 4th of July parade in 2025, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm. Any further discussion?
Councilmember Falcone.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I agree. I want this to be done well. There's a part of me that thinks, in addition to July 4th, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for us to display this. And I think of when we originally, at least what I've heard, originally developed what is our current city flag with just the city logo, was for something like the AWC conference. I'm not sure what they call it, Parade of Flags or something along those lines. And when we were in our recent DEIB cabinet meeting for the Association of Washington Cities, we were talking about who's going to hold. We're going to include the Pride flag and the Juneteenth flag because that conference takes place in June. And I was thinking, gosh, it was before I read this memo. Gosh, it would be really nice to have the flag for this year, right? And then I was like, well, at least we'll have it for next year. So I would love if we could preview it maybe at AWC, which would be in June, and then maybe officially announce it at July 4th event next year, parade next year. So just something for us to consider. I think that would be really great to include it next year. So that's in response to the Deputy Mayor's comments. I would love, I've heard, Councilmember Sweet and others talk about what a great community building opportunity this is. I wholeheartedly agree. I would love for part of this process to be a group of community members who are really leading this process, right? That we convene a group of folks from different perspectives or different stakeholders and community members who are a group that helps formulate the process and also are the judges of this, because I don't think that just we as council members or just city staff should be deciding that. I think that it should be very community driven. So those are my thoughts on that. I think that still falls within the motion to be able to do both of those things or consider them.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Sweet?
Just a question for the city manager on another topic. Did you get a chance, the work that Amy and you and I did the second time?
Council coin?
The council coin. Where'd that land?
So sorry.
Easy for you to say.
My intent at the next council meeting study session, you're talking about council policies and procedures, and I was going to bring the language to that one for council final review and adoption.
Excellent, because we still have a nomination to make.
Right.
Yeah. We have a long list for that May 7th Council Policies and Procedures study session. Anything more on the flag? Okay, I also support, I love Deputy Mayor's idea of unveiling it 4th of July. I can't remember if I already said that. And I think, that, again, it's been said, this is going to be a really fun community engagement. I'm looking forward to the next steps. So, question is on the modified Action A, using the 4th of July as our end date, moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Tim Chizen. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, everyone. Anything else?
That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
If we dance for 8 minutes, I don't have to open up items of the audience, but we're going to go for it. Perhaps our lone guest would like to speak to us. Okay. Shall I go ahead and read it, though? Just in case? Okay.
You don't have to read it if you don't.
I don't
want.
Just
You can
call
just
for.
call it out.
Just call out. Is there anyone who
Anyone
wants
to speak to us? No. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.